welcome along to the 2025 Supercar Driver Secret Meet, and a wonderful day we have in prospect. We're at Silverstone again this year, the sun is shining. There is, as ever, a mouth-watering array of cars in the Silverstone paddock, whether they are competition cars, whether they are from Supercar Driver members, and we're in for a very busy day indeed. And it's inevitably going to be one of those days where you think, but I never saw that, I never got time to go and see it, or I missed it, I blinked, because there are so many amazing cars. Well, you just can't get to them all. We'll do our best, whether it's for the member sessions or the motorsport sessions, but either way, we're going to keep you entertained with the activity on the track. David Addison and John Markar, trackside. John, welcome to Secret Meet. What a day this promises to be.
David, you're absolutely right. What a day. I think this is going to be an extra special day. Can you believe 15 years of the SED, 15 years of Supercar Driver, and of course the SED now, SED Secret Meet has become the event that everybody wants to get to. It's the not so secret, isn't it?
Yeah, it always amazes me for a secret meet how many people, for example, are on the road with cameras as you drive in. So, you know, the secret's out, it's fair to say. We've got something like 150 hypercars present, many of which are about as rare as they can be. We're going to be on YouTube all day. Sometimes we'll leave you in peace. Others will either go on board the cars or we'll be talking about the race cars. At 1 o'clock, if you're at Silverstone, in fact, if you're not, get yourself to Silverstone. The Hypercar Parade, a rolling showcase of 130 plus automotive icons. Bugatti, Pagani, McLaren, Koenigsegg, and many more besides. They're all here. That should be quite special.
It's going to be a spectacular day. In terms of car spotting content, it doesn't get any better than this. A concentrated fix of the world's most exclusive cars, all here in one place. Yeah, this is a super, super special event.
And at 1:30, so once the Hypercar Parade has finished, you can go onto the grid. There's the grid walk. There is an opportunity to go into the pits. You can experience a moment that would usually only really happen on race day, and therefore you can stand next to and get photographed with some of the most amazing cars in the world. At 4 o'clock, there is the Hypercar track session. 45 gulp hypercars all on track. Helmets on, raw speed meets brave driving, and because these are cars that were designed to go quickly, they will. We've also got 3 30-minute motorsport demonstrations with some, again, amazing cars, many of which you don't actually see race anymore. They only come out on days like this, perhaps inevitably a couple of days after Le Mans. There's quite a strong Le Mans link as well. There are a number of cars that have taken part in Le Mans and other 24-hour races. So, yeah, the motorsport sessions are of particular interest to some of us, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I suppose we should actually reference Le Mans, David, because you're fresh back from the circuit, aren't you? I'm
not sure fresh is the word, but yes, it's nice of you to think so. It was quite a long weekend, but a good weekend in France, yes. And a fascinating race. It's not entirely finished because only this morning the 4th place Ferrari has been disqualified for a technical infringement. So the story still rumbles on. The internet is now alive with conspiracy theories as to why Ferrari won and why the other car's in the results and that one isn't. But yeah, what was really interesting, I know we're going off at our first of many tangents of the day, was partly how few safety car periods we had in 24 hours. Only one, which I still can't believe. My flabber is well and truly gasted. I can't believe it. And that came after midnight, so we'd had a big chunk of the race before then. But just how the race had moved on yet again, in as much as, you know, the good old days of as long as your car kept going, you'd finish well. Forget that, because they all keep going virtually. We had, 51 out of 62 finishes, which is quite exceptional.
Absolutely.
And it was a race not so much won by not making mistakes on the track, but in the pits. It was pit lane speeding that people seem to cop for a lot and get penalised for. Or track limits, corner cutting. And it was all those accrued penalties that really seemed to make the difference, as much as when you use what tyre. But, you know, the good old days, in quotes, of people having mechanical problems and staggering round and getting to the end, that's gone. The cars are so reliable now.
Yeah, it's not the same, is it now? They're all reliable and safe, and has the magic been lost? Do we want a bit more drama?
A bit of the magic's been lost. I know what you mean. A bit of that old charm where you'd have a proper underdog, normally a French-built car like a WR or a WM, that would stag around for the 24 hours but get there at the finish. It'd be about 409 laps down and be held together with good luck and sticky tape. But it got there.
Absolutely.
But now, honestly, it's, in fairness, you can't stop progress, can you? It's the same in road cars. I get that. But it is just so different year on year on year. But yeah, I'm sure we'll touch on them on, because one of the displays we have, courtesy of Motor Racing Legends, the company headed by prolific historic racer Sean Lynn, and it was his son Alex that put the Cadillac on pole position. So there's another nice link to conclude that. If you're trackside, the BRDC the Supercar Driver members can have a spectacular vantage point looking from there. And we're looking forward, as I say, to a really busy day. Porsches seem to dominate rather at the moment, and we'll see Porsches again on track when we get to our first Motorsport demo a little bit later on in the day. But yeah, looking at this, I'm jealous of people already, and we haven't even scratched the surface, John.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? We've got the first group of cars out on track now, a selection of fantastic road cars. GT4s, GT3s, Audi R8, Aston Martins. This is the core, the membership. This is the group that make this club so special. All out together, having an amazing time. We're not out setting lap records today in the demo cars or the customer cars, but what a special day, you know, to share a circuit with so many friends. And then, I mean, look at this lineup. We've got road cars like the R8, and then a few cars behind. We've got what looks like a 430 GT car. It's just, where else in the world would you have this array of cars driving in convoy around Silverstone?
The next task, which is another little tangent, is to go and find a car that doesn't have a private plate on it as well. Everything that came through the last couple of cameras, private plate, private plate, private plate. These are special cars indeed, and proper enthusiasts. So this session will run for around about half an hour. We can let you enjoy the shots of what's going on here at the home of the British Racing Drivers Club here at Silverstone. 9:50 is when we'll have our first motorsport session. So now that your appetite has been whetted, far better you hear car noises than our voices. We'll leave you in peace. We'll be back at 9:50, and that is when our first of 3 motorsport demos will get underway. Stay with us. Supercar Driver Secret Meet 2025.
take out. Take out 3. 3? 1 round. You're 37. No, it's not. Up. Up the fence. Well, pop 38. We'll go for 36 for now. Kind of cooling down that. Yeah.
Ferrari. A name that ignites the soul with visions of speed, artistry and passion. A mark that doesn't just build cars, but crafts masterpieces destined for greatness. And yet, there are moments when Maranello dares to reach even higher, to create a machine that defines an era, a true icon.
Okay, well, a very warm welcome once again to the SED Secret Meet 2025. John Markar here, standing in the commentary box alongside David Addison. Now, I'm about to disappear out of the commentary box to go and have a look, a bit of a walk around the paddock area, have a look at some of the cars. But I'm going to hand over to David because, of course, David is the guru when it comes to the knowledge on race cars here. And there are some spectacular race cars out here.
You are not wrong, John, yes. Enjoy your walkabout. I've had a brief foray down the pit lane, and yeah, there are some fascinating cars, but also some fascinating people. I think we could have an entire race meeting based on the number of people that are here just watching or working for manufacturers or working for companies. And yeah, the motorsport demonstration itself is kind of a snapshot of what we could get. But anyway, yeah, for the next half an hour or so, the circuit is given over to we're going to use the word a lot, I fear, the most eclectic group of cars you're going to find, and there are some very, very special ones amongst them.
Absolutely right. Now, before I go, I wanted to just have a quick mention to those that are watching on the live stream. We have the comments section open, and we are encouraging you to leave some comments. We are keeping an eye on them. So if there's anything in particular you want to see more of, let us know, and we will point the cameras in that direction, and we'll do our best throughout the day to keep referring to that comments section. So I'm going to disappear now, David. Over to you. Enjoy this amazing selection of race cars, and I'll enjoy your voice in the background.
John, that's very kind. The only downside to this is it makes one feel rather old, because you think, I remember that racing. And there you've got, for example, to kick us off, one of the older cars that's here, the Lola T70 Mark IIIB. That's a car that was, for a very brief period of time, made into a road car before it was put back to being a Pucker historic race car. We'll pick these out at Dallara, a car that ultimately went into roll centre colours, but is perhaps looking better than ever in its original colour scheme, the PlayStation car. It was the Dallara SP1, although it liked to race as an Orica Dallara LMP2 Judd. Gregor Fiskin drives the car. It dates back to 2002 when it was at Le Mans, and it finished 6th that year. It was a Stéphane Sarrazin, Front Montagny, Nicolas Menassian car, and then, as I say, Martin Short's roll centre company got hold of it. Henry Pearman has got two delectable Porsche 962s to play with, one of which is the last of the Rothmans cars, which you see there. The other that he'll have is the Richard Lloyd Racing Cabin 962. Truck racer nowadays, national hot rodder of years past, racer Shane Brereton has got his German GT Lamborghini Gallardo, the sort of car that also was busy in Super Trofeo as well as the early days of GT3. GT3 historic racing now is a most definitely booming market, and so lots of the cars coming out to now be tested, if you like, as well as go racing in that. But a few people using this as a test session for future Motor Racing Legends GT3 events. We'll come to Motor Racing Legends in more detail with Sean Lynn this afternoon. That car of Mark Sumter, the Labra Competition 911 GT2, one of the early GT-style cars. By the mid-1990s, with Group C having died out, it was up to Stefan Rattel, Jürgen Barth and Patrick Peter to create a category. BPR was their organisation, Barth, Peter, Rattel, and for a couple of seasons, BPR, which is the forerunner to SRO, ran GT cars, and that was very much one of the cars to have. Mark Sumter has the Labra Competition car that was driven, amongst others, by Jean-Pierre Jarier. from the later era, slightly later, of getting into FIA GT3 European Championship. The Ford GT, Fred Shepherd drives this car, which was initially run by the Mattek team, and it was from about 2008, the FIA GT3 European Championship. Thomas Mutch was one of the stars behind the wheel of these cars, and this particular model was then lent to the Raider Motorsport team. They very nearly won the Nürburgring 24 Hours in that car, only for it to get tripped over a back marker. So Hermann Tilke, Dirk Adolf, Mark Henrici, Thomas Mutch ended up not winning, but they came very, very close. That turned out to be a Porsche win. Thinking of Porsches, 65, one of the earlier 911s there in the pit lane, is a car that also was a Le Mans car from the early 1970s, and I think somebody is stopped out on circuit, so it may well be that this session is going to have to be just interrupted ever so briefly. 007 Aston Martin is another of the cars in brick car stickers, but you'll find an awful lot of Astons over the course of today. Just going back to that 911 ST that we saw in the pit lane, 1971 car for Jackie Deschanel and Jean-Claude Parot. The red Audi, Mike Grant-Peterkin, who works for Pat Blakeney Edwards concern. Behind is the Kyle Tilley Zycle Motorsport 911, 996 shape car. Sorry, not Kyle Tilley, Seb Perez, I should say, behind the wheel of that. Right, we've got the cars then now in a queue at the end of the pit lane, so the session has been stopped as you look at the Zytek. Now, that car was sort of earmarked to be a Reynard. Alfie Briggs is behind the wheel of it, but then when Reynard went into receivership, the project thankfully wasn't still born. The car was always intended to have a Zytek engine, so Bill Gibson, who was Zytek, took on the project, and it did become a proper race car, which was good. This particular model, built as a test car, but then morphed into a race car for 2006. Right, yellow lights are flashing. Nobody for the moment being let out of the pit lane. Going past the wing, of course, it's the full Grand Prix circuit that is in use today. There is the T70, which I think I'm right in saying Jan Magnussen was penciled to be driving the T3B. It was a crash survivor. Yeah, Jan Magnussen behind the wheel, driving this car.
The outlap going down the F1 pit straight, and then it's parked just around the corner.
Eric Gordon was the man behind the Lola T70, which had both Spider and the closed cars, and for Brute Force sports car racing was a serious bit of kit, and very, very user-friendly. Lots of them appeared in privateer hands, the likes of David Piper and many others ran these sorts of cars with great success. The car dating back to the late 1960s, 1969 there or thereabouts. This an original car. We've got rather more modern Ferraris, the 296 heading to the pit lane. You've got Alexander West's much modified 488, kicking out about 700 horsepower. But yes, rather sadly, the pit lane is now getting busy because we've got a stoppage to the session. So whether it's because of an incident or a mechanical problem, we'll try and get to the bottom of. But either way, the session is stopped for the moment. There's the Ferrari 550. Stuart Hall's going to take that car out, as we understand. The Care Racing car, which had huge success at this particular model late in its career in FIA GT. It was a Spa 24-hour winning car for Fabrizio Golin, Luca Capellari, Enzo Calderari, who'd already been a winner at Silverstone back in 1987. He won the Tourist Trophy here, and his partner Lillian Brinner, former show jumper, drove that car as well to Spa 24-hour victory. And also it was a championship winning car. Scuderia BMS Italia ran it, and it was Luca Capellari and Fabrizio Golin who were victorious. The Audi from 2000 in its Laurent Aiello, Alan McNish, Stefan Ortelli colours there is the early R8 LMP. Sean Lynn behind the wheel of that. And a car that, courtesy of Audi, rather rewrote the sports car book, didn't it, for many, many years. That car had a great pedigree because not only did it run initially as a Joest car, but then Audi UK and Velox and even Orica took it on, and it's in its livery of 2000. That's the Dallara that we saw on track a little while ago, the Orica car that has come in. Gregor Fiskin handling that car for much of the day, and you can see on the side of it the names of Stefan Sarrazat, Franck Montagny and Nicolas Manassian, who drove that for a number of seasons for Orica. Behind it, the rather more recent LMP3 style car, the Ligier, which was one of the original founding manufacturers within the LMP3 category, that's gone on to be massively successful, whether it's in the Michelin Le Mans Cup or the Asian Le Mans Series that will be welcoming in Hypercars for the future, not next season, but the season after. So Ligier came into the category, and then one or two others followed suit, Kenny Murray and Phil Quaife in that 2016 car, which initially had a Nissan 420 horsepower engine. And then you have the likes of Graf Racing and United Autosports, in fact, which is, of course, here, and Oak Racing all getting on board the LMP3 bandwagon, which has become very, very successful indeed. And the nice thing about it, unlike LMP2, is it's multi-mark, multi-chassis, so there is a bit more variety in current LMP3 racing of the different, not only teams racing, but also the different constructors. Lee Maxted Page in the Porsche, and the BMW Z4 Schubert-built car. Claudia Hurtgen used to race this for the Schubert team. Claudia Hurtgen, one of the best female drivers there's ever been, rather underrated, but whether it was in Formula 3 or GT cars, she was an absolute star, and that car with a good Nürburgring 24-hour provenance. Many of the cars these days being run in GT3 racing. And Sam Hancock in the Audi there. Now that's a car that Audi themselves owned for many, many years. Sam now owns it himself, and it was given to WRT. It was a Spa 24-hour winning car, and it also went on to win many races in what was rather confusingly called the FIA GT1 World Championship, even though by that stage GT1 cars had become so expensive the market had blown up virtually. So to keep it going, Stefan Rattel allowed GT3 machinery in. So it was a GT3 car winning in GT1. Yawn with your mouth closed. From 1984, 1985, the Jaguar XJS, which is just wonderful to see it back on track. Tom Walkinshaw Racing ran these cars in the European Touring Car Championship. They first hit the circuits in 1982. This livery from 84 and, in fact, 85, because this is one of the three cars that was taken to Bathurst. You see the little JRA, Jaguar Rover Australia stickers on the front of it. The car that won, John Goss and Armin Harner's car, is in the Bathurst Museum. Armin Harner brought it home with a broken seat. That car was third, the car you see that Rob Huff's driving, Tom Walkinshaw and Wyn Percy. It had a fuel leak, an oil leak, so that car ended up dropping down. It was always meant that the governor would win, but John Goss, who was a Jaguar racer himself in Australia, he took the win, and the reason he was on board a worked car was a bit of a consolation prize from the year before, because Tom Walkinshaw had gone out in 84 to drive John Goss's car in the last year of Group C, Australian Group C, different from that Group C, sports car racing, and Tom had never done a standing start in the cars off the grid, so as he let out the clutch, the drive shaft went bang, he never moved, he got piled into the back of, the track was blocked, the race was stopped, and a rather red-faced Tom Walkinshaw walked away. But to say sorry to John Goss, he put him into one of the works cars the year after, and it was the one that survived and won the race. Different Jaguars. The Silk Cut Jaguar here from 1987. It was a car that ultimately, of course, went on to win Le Mans. This has gone through lots of different iterations, because it started off as a XJR6 back in 1986 and worked its way up to XJR9 spec, constantly being evolved, but it had quite a busy time, and in this configuration was a Le Mans car for Derek Daly, Kevin Cogan and Larry Perkins. It was 11 laps down in that race in 88, which was a Jaguar win. Now John Marcar is back with me, having partly been tempted briefly outside to go and drool, but you couldn't stay away from the pictures, clearly.
It's something like that, David. It's hard to step away from a commentary box when you've got so much. I'm cautiously going to use the word automotive pornography.
I would concur with that. I think you're right.
Flying around the circuit.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a couple of standout cars here, which for me create all sorts of exciting, tingling feelings inside. I noticed there was a 550 LM there scooting around, which makes the most piercing noise. There it is. Look at that on the screen. Perfect timing. Absolutely sensational, beautiful car. I think I'm going to go as far as saying one of the prettiest GT cars ever made.
Could argue one of the most ubiquitous. I mean, I suppose in modern parlance, a GT3 car like the Audi R8 just has gone on forever. But that racked up great results in its own right, and then it spawned the Aston Martin DBR9, didn't it? That
Absolutely.
then also, as a Pro Drive built car, had lots of success. I'm afraid to say the Jaguar XJS is still heading up there on my list of favourite cars, but that only because as a small boy I used to stand at the side here or at Donington and watch those in European touring car races. But
Well, I won't compare ages, but for me, it's the 550 that's my childhood car that I admire. But I mean, again, we were saying this morning, weren't we, with the Supercar parade going around first, what an eclectic collection of cars.
Yeah.
Cars of all ilk, from road car GT cars to some track-focused cars. 550 there, looking like it's got so much downforce it looked to be scraping the floor, which is pretty impressive for what is supposed to be just a casual demo lap there.
Well, exactly. And you think that car's the best part of 24, 25 years old, and actually it looks as current now as ever it did.
Completely, absolutely right.
Yeah. And from that came the DBR9, from which came the DB9, from which came the now Vantage V12. More of the Aston Martins in the pits. ProDrive and Aston having had that long-standing relationship. But you could also go back to the other end of the spectrum, couldn't you? And one of Sean Lynn's other cars, the Daytona Cobra, which is in its Alan Mann racing colours. Now that, as I say, takes us back quite a long time to around about, 1965, possibly a fraction later, designed by Peter Brock. Yeah, 64 it started, 65 it had rather better results. And although we think now there was a golden age of GT racing, well, there was in the 1960s as well, when these cars took on the Ferraris. There were around about 6 of these Daytona Cobras built and sold by Alan Mann, and extremely valuable cars they are, but they still look great and they sound fantastic. And then you do a double take because you suddenly realise how narrow a tyre was in those days. Now there's so much grip, so much downforce, as you were talking about in the case of the Ferrari, but all of these on narrow tyres, they were barely in a straight line if they were on full song, because you're constantly having to twitch the car and apply some correction.
Absolutely. The other thing that becomes so apparent when looking at the mixture of the grid here and the selection of racing cars is size differences, because we look at cars there, look, the 993 there, which at its time you thought was a fairly average sized racing car.
Yeah.
The Aston Martin behind it absolutely dwarfs it. But then you've got things like the XJR 19 flying around, which almost look like they're 10 feet wide. Absolutely enormous things.
And we've got the Bentleys as well, also from Sean Lynn's collection. There's the EXP8 and the Speed 8. The EXP8 was the test car. Speed 8 was a genuine racer. It was 2003 that Bentley won. Some people said fantastic Bentley have won, and others said fantastic Audi have won with a different badge on the front. And I don't think the people that thought they were Audis were ever truly assuaged.
No, but it was a crucial move, one that needed to happen. Bentley, as a car manufacturer, went through that big change, and of course they are now what they are because of that exciting chapter. And the Motorsport win, as you say, 2003, that was a crucial point for making people sit up and realise, yes, Bentley are still here, still building amazing cars. Yes, perhaps with some support from the Volkswagen Group, but look, we can't grumble about that, can we?
No, indeed, and it gave us another British winner. Guy Smith was part of the winning crew that year. So got the Daytona Cobra just making its way past the pits, the day being operated out of the Heritage pits. As you look there at one of the earlier Lamborghini Gallardos that raced in what was then the Blancpain Endurance Series, as well as the ADAC GT Masters Championship. And the reason that car was in Blancpain sponsorship was because the CEO of Blancpain, Mark Hayek, used to race in it. He had Peter Cox as a pretty quick co-driver. They did very well. I think they were champions in the German Championship. They didn't have much luck in Blancpain Endurance Series, despite the fact they were sponsoring it. That is a car out of the China GT environment. Harvey Stanley is going to drive it. Harvey Suave, as Sam Mangle once christened him. But that car he's never driven, apparently. It arrived back end of last week. And when I asked the engineers about it, they said, well, it arrived and it goes, and that'll do us. So
this is what I love about these sort of events, is the fact that for many, people are using this wonderful special event on track as a bit of a shakedown.
Yeah.
So they are arriving. Some of these cars might not have run for the past 6 months, let alone be pushed on at pace. So we're seeing some cars, whilst I think the instruction has been maybe 9/10, please, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not go completely flat out. But of course, it can be difficult, as you know. Once you're in a racing car on a circuit and somebody says to you, right, you've got half an hour to go and have some fun, it can be quite hard to hold back.
yeah, true enough. The other nice thing is you quite often get people being reunited with these cars.
Yes.
We had it last year. There was a demo for the XJR 9, the car out of the Intercontinental Challenge, the One Make Series, and you had Armin Harner coming over, who won the last race in all the loose at Spa, and Ian Flux and one or two others. having not seen the cars, not driven the cars for years, quite a long time, and engineers as well. You walk down the pit lane and you say to somebody, "What are you doing here?" "Well, I worked on this as a mechanic in 1994. And you think, "Oh, okay."
I'm the only man that knows how to get the thing started.
That's right. Yes. It's a real giveaway to people's age. Number 7 Bentley goes through. Now that's the Speed 8, which is, although it's dressed up as the Le Mans winner, it raced as number 7 at Sebring, so it's kind of in the right colour scheme. Peter Ellery designed the car. It had the Audi 4-litre V8 twin-turbo 600 horsepower engine. You'll see another Bentley with number 9 on the side. That's the EXP8. That was the sort of test mule, which had a Cosworth DFR engine. But the Speed 8 was the car, so it was the car that was second at Le Mans as number 8, but running as number 7 here. But it was a Mark Blundell, Johnny Herbert, David Brabham car. That's the Lamborghini in the pit lane with the big block panel watch on the front of the car. I think is the Nick Payton, Jack Tetley today. Peter Cox, Mark Hayek, drivers of it in period. Out it rumbles.
That is a sensationally good-looking car.
It is.
My goodness me.
I'd kind of forgotten how good-looking it was because we didn't really see them for that long, did we?
That's
Bentley
right.
came and went. It was by 2003, mission accomplished. We've run them all. Thank you very much. We're off. We'll come back later with the GT project. But yeah, we don't really see enough of them. And I think Sean Lynn has got ownership of pretty much every chassis that survives.
Absolutely.
We have another red light flashing in the background there, coming out of Club Corner. So the session's being neutralised for the moment. Care Racing Ferrari at pit out. That feels very Le Mans, doesn't it? People queuing to get out the pits in a GT car.
It really does. It really does. I'm going to selfishly just sit here and admire the back end of that Ferrari because my goodness me, what a fantastic looking car. And this, of course, is the era of racing cars which ultimately looked like the road car, didn't they? That could be a 550 Maranello that's rolled out of a Ferrari showroom. Someone's put a big wing on the back and then they've taken it racing. Obviously, we know that the ins and outs of that car are dramatically different, but my goodness me, at a glance, that has got to be one of the prettiest cars here. If you agree, let us know in the comments.
Well,
we'll have a look through. What are your favourites? We'll try and highlight as many of those as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's Frédéric Dorr, the French rally and race driver, that really funded that project, and it was very, very successful indeed. Now, go to 2012, 2013, 2014 onwards, the Schubert Motorsport BMW Z4 here that Ian Campbell and Ewan Hankey have got for the day. Schubert had more success really in German GT events, but in the pan-European competition, the Block Pan Endurance Series as it was, there was the Mark VDS racing team. Those Z4s I used to think were great cars because not only did they look quite brutal, they had a really, really aggressive noise.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
You hopefully would agree with me that part and parcel of sports cars in general, whether on the road or on a track, is that they all make a great noise. You can keep your electric rubbish. Cars should make proper noises.
It's true. In fact, we might be able to take advantage of the sound here. Just rolling.
Yeah.
There we go.
But stand next to, I mean, in just under 2 weeks' time, there is the Spa 24 Hours, which is GT3 only. Go and stand by the side of the circuit and close your eyes, and you can almost tell which car it is because they all have a distinctive engine note. So not only are they different shapes and different sizes and different liveries, they've all got different sounds. Whereas there you've got the Audi R8 LMP, which ultimately, of course, would prompt Audi's move towards diesel technology, which was a different sound altogether. But in the Joest colours from 2000.
Now, you know far better than me. Is this one of the final open-top Le Mans cars, or were there a few others after this?
The diesel kept going as an open top, didn't it? Almost
It
about
did.
08. So
Yes, it did.
When Audi first came along in '99, they ran 2 open cars, which was the Joest plan, and then they ran 2 closed cars, which Richard Lloyd operated through Audi Sport UK, and that's where everybody said the Bentley was an Audi, because there was a kind of, maybe template's too strong a word, but Audi decided that the first thing they ought to do was test which was better, because Toyota had a closed car, BMW had an open in 1999, so Audi went, okay, let's find out. So they built 2 with the roof, 2 with an open configuration, as you were seeing there, and it was the open cars that did better, but the drivers were able to bring back some of that data and experience. The one thing that I think Audi particularly enjoyed about an open top car was that it was quicker for pit stops. Drivers could jump in and out much faster. They didn't have to worry about opening a door and clambering out. They could virtually just stand up and vault out. And you know, in that urgency of pit stops, that would save you another 5-6 seconds, multiplied over 24 hours. It was going to be a winner.
Absolutely. And we're just waiting for this red flag to be cleared. Once the cars are then back out on track, we are going to well, let you enjoy the sounds once more and let you focus on admiring some of these beautiful noises. We are assuming the stoppage here is due to a poorly car somewhere out on the circuit, so whilst that makes its way back to the pit lane, we will get the green flag wave once again, and we'll enjoy the sights and, more importantly, the sounds of these incredible cars heading out at this iconic circuit.
Yeah, quite a few drivers being put into these cars for the first time, so as much as they're enjoying themselves, they're coming back, and the team saying what does it feel like, and rather wide-eyed responses you're getting in some cases. Much of the pit lane is given over to some of the demo cars or hypercars, the other end of the pit lane to the competition cars. So there is the EXP8 being put away for the moment because of DFR engine car. What have we got to the right of it? We understand there's a Lamborghini that needs to be retrieved. That's why we've got this interruption. Just in the background is one of the Audis from Super GT, the Japanese series. So you kind of forget just how many Audis have gone around the globe. It's a great shame that they've culled their customer racing program, because that was a massive success. The Silverstone Museum is open during the course of the day as well. It's open all the way through the week. So if you fancy doing something a little bit different, the Silverstone Museum is always available. There's another very, very interesting collection of cars in there. And we've had a special Indianapolis display, and there's been a new wave of cars come in for this season to tie in with the 75th anniversary of World Championship Formula One Grand Prix. And also in that part of Silverstone is the new kart circuit that's due to open later on this year, which by all accounts is going to be another fabulous track. It's had lots of input from the likes of Anthony Davidson, David Coulthard and others to make a really good FIA CIK circuit, but it'll be available during the week as well to anybody that wants to go and have a go.
I did spot that on the way in, and I thought, oh, that's starting to really take shape.
Yeah.
That's going to be an exciting little course, isn't it? There it is, look at that.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's going to be looking rather different in a few weeks' time when it becomes a concert area for the Grand Prix, I suspect. But then it'll go back to being a kart circuit. And Silverstone have had lots of different tracks here over the years. We've had a rally cross circuit, we had rally sprint, which is where now the Porsche experience is. Of course, there's always been the club or the national circuit. There's the international, there's the Grand Prix. There used to be the kart Grand Prix, which ran on the old club circuit, then the national circuit. But a dedicated kart circuit is something very new, and it's something that David Coulthard, as the president of the British Racing Drivers Club, has been pushing for, and it is almost upon us.
Fantastic. And then, of course, we've got Stowe, the small circuit out, which is now pretty much occupied Monday to Friday by Aston Martin, who are using it to develop their cars. I was there a year or so ago, and the Valkyries at the time were out doing their development testing.
Around the Stowe circuit? Around
the Stowe circuit.
That must be like riding a bike around your bedroom.
Absolutely. The noise was just something to behold. Oh, good news.
We are back in business. Excellent. So Lamborghini retrieved. Lola T70 Mark 3B rumbles out. Henry Pearman's Porsche in the background, the 962, which was a car that really did rewrite Group C racing. Yes, I know there were others that came along like Jaguar, like Mercedes, but it was Porsche early on that really did command it. The Lamborghini that expired was Shane Brereton's German GT car, which has just been retrieved. We've just had it come past our window at pit in. But the Group C era was one that really put sports car racing on the map, similar to really to how Hypercar is. We've not really had anything, I don't think, up until now that has rivaled Group C. Porsche came out with the 956 early on, but then in America they changed the regulations. You had to have the driver's feet so far back in the car, so to adapt the 956 for that regulation, the 962 came about, and then that became the car to have. The Lola T70 in the meantime powers its way past the wing, And as this session carries on, we'll leave you with the sounds as much as the sights of our first of 3 motorsport demos. Checkered flag is out then, so the session comes to an end. We'll see the motorsport cars back on track next at about 12:10, and then they have a further session this afternoon at 3:20. And the way these days work, you often find more cars that appear during the day because some that were going to do other sessions then creep out in the motorsport demo. Trying to stay on top of who's driving is always a nightmare because now drivers talk to themselves and say, why don't you have a go in my car? And then inevitably they will say yes. So motorsport demo number 1 at an end. We'll give you 5 or 10 minutes to choose your favourite car, and then we'll maybe have a look at those a little bit more closely when we get to the second session and delve a bit deeper. So for the moment, we have checkered flag cars head for the pit lane. The next activity on the track in about 10 minutes' time will be more of the supercars in our second Supercar Driver member session here at Secret Meet 25.
Today, amidst the cold, crisp winter air and the sweeping hills of North Wales, we take 3 of these icons, 3 special edition V8s, and put their legacy to the test.
Since 2003, the GT3 RS badge has stood for the most track-focused 911 Porsche can get away with putting number plates on. Each generation has pushed the limits of performance with ever more aero and technology to defy the laws of physics. Today, we've brought together the three most recent generations of GT3 RS. (997), (991), and (992). All in their original Gen 1 guise to explore how Porsche's ultimate track-focused 911 has evolved. We'll compare them on British B roads because they're primarily road cars after all, and try to choose our own sweet spot of the GT3 RS lineage. Three cars, three surprisingly different approaches to the track-focused road car brief, but the question is, does more aero and tech mean a better driving experience? Let's find out. Turn up your speakers because today is gonna be a noisy one. Echoing through the hills of North Wales, we've brought together three modern classics which we think are often overlooked while their even more expensive siblings hog the limelight. In our opinion, they're all good places to put your money in their own right. Whether it's down to their engine, their rarity, or the cult following, we can only see them going one way in time to come. But most importantly for those of us behind the wheel, these cars feature some of the most special, visceral, characterful engines ever put in the front, middle or rear of a motor car. We've even managed to pull together matching specs to make the video as appealing to the eye as it is to the ears. So, without further ado, let's get out onto some of the best roads in the country and give these cars and their engines the celebration they deserve.
Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the SCD Secret Meet 2025. We are now about to rejoin the track action to enjoy some Supercar Driver members cars heading around the circuit, and we're opening with, once again, a glorious array of cars from all sorts of different eras. E-Type Jaguar there being chased down. Oh, look at that, an SCD number plate. Can that be real? SCD 33 on the 33 E-Type Jag. Let's hope it is. That's a fantastic plate on a fantastic car. And look at these amazing selection of cars. We have an array of Lamborghinis heading out, led by the one of the best drivers' cars, in my opinion, on the road, Porsche Cayman GT4. Now, these sessions, for those of you watching at home, these are member parade drives. So we're not going for any heroic laps here. We're going for sights and sounds. So what I'm not going to do throughout this session is keep talking, because of course the far more exciting bit of audio you're going to want to hear is the sound of these cars rather than the sound of my voice. That said, though, there have been a good few comments on the live stream, so if you are watching on the live stream, do keep talking to us. We are monitoring your comments and we will refer to them as often as we can. It's always great to see what people have to say about the cars heading out onto circuit, and I'm sure you will have a lot to say about this particular selection of cars, because of course we have got some incredible cars. I'm sure there, my eyes did not deceive me, and I saw a McLaren Senna heading out onto the circuit, which is not something you see every single day. My eyes did not deceive me. There, of course, is McLaren Senna with the world's biggest rear wing. It looks absolutely enormous. And the gorgeous little E-Type Jaguar there, I think doing its best to just keep out of the way, which is understandable. A lot of these cars here will be itching to be driven at pace. And a lot of these drivers will be holding as much restraint as possible. But as the session starts to pan out, you'll see the gaps between the cars will grow, and therefore you will be able to get a few more opportunities for these cars to accelerate, get some exciting sounds coming out the back of them. Right, I'm going to leave you to enjoy the sounds of these cars. As I say, that's going to be far more exciting to listen to than my voice. So I'm going to head out, have a walk around the paddock, and I'll come back to you with David a bit later on to comment on these wonderful SCD members cars and, of course, the racing car sessions as well. So, for now, enjoy the sounds.
love the noughties, and we especially love cars from the noughties, like these, the Ferrari F430 and the Lamborghini Gallardo. This was a time at the very beginning of the motoring technological revolution, a time
Right then, you join me in the paddock here at the SCD Secret Meet 2025, and I am currently surrounded by some amazing cars. I was given a brief here, go and find something interesting to talk about, maybe a hypercar. Well, should we start with a Chiron Supersport, because I think that's a fairly strong start. This is a full carbon-bodied Chiron Supersport, I should point out. I mean, when do you see this sort of stuff? You don't. You just don't. And, well, here's what else I like. I'm going to spin you round, because whilst we are in the Hypercar paddock, we've got the Lunaz conversions here, driving through fully electric conversion. These stunning, stunning coach-built cars. A lot of people here moaning about the fact that EVs are coming and cars aren't sounding exciting. Well, when we're doing EV conversions or stuff like that, I feel like that's allowed. But away from the silent cars, let's talk about the noisy ones. This car behind me here, as you can see, you all already know what this is. This is the iconic Lexus LFA. And if we're talking about cars that make an exciting noise, they don't really get much more exciting than the Yamaha-derived engine in this beautiful LFA. A V10, of course. Even the exhaust note on this car was tuned to sound specifically good. So wonderful to see it here. Hopefully we will see the LFA out on circuit in one of the SCD member sessions today. But beside the LFA is another car that produces another amazing sound thanks to another amazing V10 engine, and that is the Carrera GT. An absolute design classic. I've noticed as well, have a look at the inside. Come and have a look at these seats, because they are stitched. The centres are stitched in tartan. Doesn't get much cooler than that. When you see a Carrera GT parked up anywhere in the world, it's always exciting. When you see one with tartan stitched centre seats and a Pelotti helmet bag on the passenger seat, you know that there's a good day out happening. But I have just spotted behind this glorious Carrera GT a car that is running, that we might hear some noises from, and it is, of course, something you don't see very often, the McLaren Senna. This has got to be the pinnacle car right now for McLaren. Such an imposing, amazing looking thing. Why don't we jump in from the front and admire some of these front end angles, because it really is a sensationally good looking car. And this is a genuine downforce car as well, a car that is designed primarily to be used on track. It is, of course, road registered, but this is a race car for the road. And as it rolls out, I'll see if we can give you some sounds. I don't envy the job of trying to drive a McLaren Senna through a crowd of people, but let's enjoy some idling sounds. Don't know if you noticed the rear wing there doing its thing, active aero on the Senna. Such a fantastic thing to see. Now, again, God, we are absolutely spoilt for choice when it comes to exciting, noisy cars, because, of course, we now have the Zonda R, another car finished completely in carbon fibre. Now, usually, when car manufacturers say we're going to make our cars out of carbon fibre, you see a little bit here and there, perhaps a bit on the front split. Every possible opportunity. I'm looking and I'm struggling to find anything other than nuts and bolts on this car that are not carbon fibre. But let me show you this instrument cluster that I was just referring to. going to show you in this group before we head on over to the marketplace. Both finished in a spectacular orange, both of which have a fairly cool story to tell. So we have a Koenigsegg CCR. Again, when do you see a Koenigsegg? Ever. When do you see a Koenigsegg on the road? You don't. Come to the secret meets, come to any SED event, and you're going to see Koenigsegg's more often than not. But sat beside the Koenigsegg is a very special edition BMW M3. This, of course, is the half-cage V8 track-focused variant. They all came in this colour, and embarrassingly, I can't remember what the colour's called. You can, of course, mock me in the comments for saying it's orange, but it did have a particular orange, and it's escaped me. But that's the joys of live television. When you want to remember a specific paint code, you can't. But it's beautiful. Let us know in the comments, and we'll give you a prize. We won't give you a prize. We'll just give you internet points, which are worth far more. But whilst we're here, we're going to head on over to the marketplace, because this is an opportunity where a lot of people that are here, the sponsors of SCD, many of whom are, of course, retailers, people that are here to sell cars, well, you have the opportunity to potentially buy yourself a new toy whilst you're here. And I mean, where do we start here? We could do dream car garage stuff here, couldn't we? If you could only pick three, where would you even start? We've got the Ford GT, superb, stunning looking car. Also, we focused a bit on carbon fibre over on the over on the Zonda R. We've got carbon fibre wheels on this GT. What a wonderful, wonderful thing to see. And then what looks like a Speciale Aperta from Romans International over here in a glorious, glorious yellow. Stunning thing. One of the best road cars I've ever driven, I'm going to go as far as saying, although I've not driven the Aperta, but the Speciale Coupe that I drove did scary, life-changing, almost terrible financial decision-making things. A wonderful thing to see, and available here, potentially to purchase today. Now, where do we go? Ferrari, Lamborghini. Let's start with the Lamborghini as we're pointing in this direction. This Lamborghini here with Auto 100. I love that we've got QR codes on the windscreens. There is a potential that somebody's going to come along today. They're going to get out their phone. They're going to scan to view the car, get the details, and you never know, somebody might even buy this Lamborghini Aventador here at the secret meet. Now that's an ultimate flex, isn't it? If you turn up to a secret meet without a supercar, but then drive home in one, that's a pretty good effort. Now this looks like an 812 from Top 555, and beside that we've got, oh gosh, another car we don't often see, a lovely speedster. This, of course, throws back to the wonderful classic speedsters that we've seen from Porsche in the 1960s. So this kind of modern throwback on the 911 chassis with the more clamshelled slick back, such a fantastic looking thing. On the centre-lock wheels as well, which makes it extra special. Just makes it feel more like a race car. And we've got some beautiful little finishes inside. Look at that red stitching. We've got the Club Sport seats, manual gearbox, 3 pedals. That's a good day out, if you ask me. A very, very good day out. But then I referenced it. We have got the 812 Superfast in what is, I'd say, a beautifully understated colour. It really is a stunning finish on here. We've got the slightly cream interior, the grey exterior. You think Ferrari, perhaps you might typically think red over tan. Resale red, some like to call it. Not in this case. This 812 Superfast is finished in this glorious grey. It is, of course, this one available from Top 555. Available to buy today. You can scan the QR code and take your own 812 Superfast home. But let's end. We've got a couple of cars here. We've got one from Ash Tree, which looks to me like, is this a GT3 Touring? I'm going to just refer to the back just to make sure I'm absolutely right. It is a GT3 Touring. Oh, and I've spotted a Krapovich exhaust system on the back. So once again, we've spoken about cars that make exciting noises. I know for a fact that this beautiful Touring is going to make some exciting noises. Interestingly, spec'd with the comfort seats as well. Sports comfort seats. That's a car to be taken on a road trip. But once again, look in the centre. We've got a 6-speed manual gearbox, 3 pedals on the floor. Excellent day out. Absolutely excellent day out. Now, where do we stand on satin black? That's a question I'd like to ask you. With this Aston Martin DBS is exactly that. I think it can be hit or miss satin black, can't it? But in this case, I think it looks stealthy. This looks like it's rocked straight out of a Bond film. Utterly stunning thing. Bit of carbon fibre exposed on the front, and even the glorious, I mean, look at that lovely, glorious Aston Martin badge, finished also in the black. It's a black on black car. In fact, the only thing not black on this car, as far as I can see, is the QR code that you can scan if you want to go and buy it. I sound like a car salesman. I'm not, I promise. But that's it. That's been a wonderful little walk around here in the Hypercar Paddock and, of course, the marketplace. For now, let's get back to the action on track.
Driver aids were less restricting, leaving supercars like these as a more analogue experience. For this film, we've got 2 old rivals back together 20 years later in North Wales to see how they stack up against each other in the modern world.
Every year, the Secret Meet brings some of the world's most incredible cars to one place at the same time. Now, the evening before the main event, we had just a short window to film a couple of cars on a closed track. But choosing our contenders, well, that was a bit like going to a pick and mix stand and being told you can only have 2 sweets. Rain threatened to scupper our plans altogether, and we didn't actually know what we'd be driving until we pulled into the pit lane about 5 minutes before go time. But I'd say everything worked out, because we ended up with 2 of the ultimate topless hypercars of their eras.
And talk to as many fun faces as we can possibly find. Later in the day at 4 o'clock we have the Hypercar track session. Over 45 Hypercars all out on the circuit together. That's going to be an amazing session to behold. If you get a little bit fed up of seeing these amazing multi-million-pound Hypercars parked up on street corners in London and think they should be out on track, well, today's the day. That's when you're going to see it. There are some amazing, amazing cars that you'll be able to enjoy out on track, the place that they should be, here at the SCD Secret Meet. Of course, at Silverstone, the amazing location, the home of British Motorsport, the home of British F1. If you are watching us on the live stream at home, do keep those comments coming in. We are reading them, and we apologise for a little audio glitch that we had on some of the live feeds a little earlier on. We'll make sure we iron those out. Otherwise, we are proceeding with this beautiful procession of cars. And as we've been doing all day long, the one thing that we are not going to do is talk and talk and talk, because, of course, the sound of these cars is far more exciting than the sound of my voice. So, John Markar here, leading you with a bit of commentary. But for now, I'm going to let the cars do the talking. I'm going to go quiet. And we'll be joining David Addison in the very near future. He'll be doing a little grid walk, a paddock walk through the pits and paddock to see some of the other cars that we've got there. And then you'll be seeing me live a bit later on the grid walk as well. So for now, I'll go quiet and let you enjoy the sounds of these amazing cars here at the Supercar Driver Secret Meet 2025.
So down in the pit lane, a red flag has been shown just to, for the moment at least, halt the member session. They might be venturing back out. We're not that far away from the next motorsport session, though, which is about 20 minutes away. And down in the pit lane, you've got all manner of delectable cars, lots of GT and some touring cars, including, for example, the Audi R8 that's over my shoulder, the car that Sam Hancock is going to be driving. Now, that was one that in period was a proper Audi-owned car. It went to WRT. It was a Spa 24-hour runner-up car. It was a race winner in the FIA GT1 World Championship. Now, if I take a camera with me, we might head this way, be able to go and interrupt Sam, who is busy partly today driving, partly doing YouTube things. Sam, sorry to interrupt you. Just come and stand in front of my camera for a moment. You're well versed in all of this. This is a lovely bit of kit, yep. And it's a genuine bit of kit as well, isn't it? It's as it last raced, pretty much.
It is, and it was owned by Audi throughout its period career, which I have to say I haven't come across with any of the other cars, because GT3 was all about customer racing. So even the big works teams, which was WRT and Phoenix in the case of Audi, normally the cars would be sold to those teams and they might receive factory support. But from what we can tell, this is one of the very few that Audi retained throughout. And it's brilliant. It won 3 rounds of the confusingly named FIA GT1 World Championship. You can explain to me and everyone else why GT3 cars raced under a GT1 title. And it finished second overall in the Spa 24 Hours in 2012 as well. So special bit of kit, nice factory livery, very difficult to clean, this satin black. The OCD in me is really on high alert at the moment. But no, I'm loving it. I've just done my first few laps, and I don't have a huge amount of experience with GT3 cars, because in this period I was concentrating on prototype stuff. And it's just brilliant. I expected, this will be pretty easy to dial into, and we had a good session, a bunch of clean laps. Honestly, by the end, I felt like the car was just goading me, saying, come on, you should have eaten your Weetabix this morning, you should be braking later and getting on the loud pedal earlier. But it's good fun.
One of the things of that early GT3 era, from memory, is that lots of manufacturers built cars and they all tried to build the ultimate car. But what Audi did was build something that was really good for the for the customer, because if he was happy, he'd keep racing, he'd keep buying. Yeah, okay, they were always going to need spare parts, but some cars were really difficult to drive. This wasn't quite so bad.
It was really interesting to hear you say that, because that seems to be playing out again in the context of the historic racing paddock. So before buying this, obviously I was speaking to everybody, trying to get their sense of who likes what cars and so on. And without exception, people were saying that in some cases owners that owned both a BMW and an Audi, and they were saying, I feel like the BMW probably is the faster car on paper, but I can't get the lap time out of it. It's just a bit too twitchy, pointy, too direct. The Audi feels much friendlier. So for an AM driver, it seems to be, and I'm not making this up, just seems to be, from what I've been told, that the Audi is the friendlier car, that's easier to get, let's say, whatever, 9/10 out of the car if you're an AM. And probably the pros might be able to eke a little bit more out of some of the other brands, I'm not sure. But they have balance of performance in period, they have balance of performance today. All the brands won, all the cars are great, and it's just a question of sort of what do you like the look of and the history of and the feeling of, really, and the price of?
Well, there is that as well. I mean, more of these, I think, were sold of any GT3 car, more Audi R8s than anything else, because they had the One Mate Championship as well. But, you know, they was, as we say, they were just good and durable. It was like a turnkey race car. For the benefit of people looking at the live stream, just talk numbers for a minute. What are we talking about in terms of engine size, normally aspirated or turbo, top speed, you know, all the techie bits?
Yeah, thanks for putting me on the spot. Obviously, this one's a V10, which is one of the best things about it. 5 litre? Can't remember off the top of my head. And, you know, the beautiful thing about the V10 is you just got this linear torque delivery from bottom to top. It's silky smooth. It pours the power in like velvet all the way through the rev range. And the gearbox is good. You know, I don't know if it's modified from the original R8 road car or not, but it's instant. There's zero lag, nice blip on downshift. And I think it's about 570 brake horsepower with the restrictors fitted. I read in some blurb when they launched the car, the intention was roughly 500 plus horsepower subject to the series restrictors, but I'm pretty sure it's about 570 today. And you feel it, you know, it doesn't feel like a heavy car, but you do feel a bit of the roll in the corner. There's a bit of downforce layered on top of that, but not so much that it's that sort of eerie feeling of having to just trust and commit. You can actually drive the car according to what you feel underneath you. And what you learn through the kinks here, for example, onto the Wellington Straight, that kink through the left, or the final corner coming out of club onto the F1 start-finish grid, you know, those are flat in sort of fourth, pulling fifth, and it feels like it shouldn't stick, but it's absolutely bolted, which in a prototype we wouldn't be surprised. That's what you expect. I'm surprised to feel that in a GT car, and it takes a bit of recalibration. But it's great. It's just very confidence-inspiring. But as I say, I'm leaving loads on the table at the moment, and I need to get back out there and be a bit braver.
If I look closely then at the end of the day, when you take your overalls off, do I see the bruise from where you've kicked yourself for not having gone GT3 earlier?
You're right. The bruises will also be just from sheer exertion, I think, of my right leg. I mean, I'm right foot braking at the moment. You can easily left foot brake in these. Actually, there's plenty of space for even for somebody lanky like me, you know, get your knees under the steering column. But you just have to mash the brake pedal. You really stand on it into the brick braking areas. Stupidly late. Stupidly hard on the pedal, try to put your foot through the bulkhead, the ABS kicks in and sort of vibrates the brake pedal, not aggressively, you just feel it moving under your foot, turn in anyway, and it just sticks.
Not jealous at all. Sam, lovely to see you. Have a good day and enjoy your toy.
Thank you.
So Sam Hancock, who of course was a very good prototype racer in period, now racing these cars and in fact wheeling and dealing in these cars now they're eligible for historic racing. Let's go down the pit lane a little bit further. There's another Audi lurking here, which I think Scott Mulvern has got a hand in driving for the day. And also, yeah, let's head this way. Ewan Hankey is standing near a BMW. Ewan, sorry to interrupt you. Come and stand in front of this camera for a moment. There's a BMW Z4 over the shoulder, which is a fascinating car. And we've got to come outside, it's got all noisy. This Z4, we've just talked to Sam Hancock about the Audi, and that was a kind of main rival for it, really, in period. And it looked better, and it sounded better than the Audi, didn't it?
Yeah, we've put straight through pipes on it. So, very, very cool piece of kit. Ian Campbell's the owner. We only got it maybe 4 weeks ago. We had our first run out in it here last week. So we're just getting on top of it, but very cool.
What's the history of that car? Is it a German GT Schubert car?
Yeah, so it's a Team Schubert car, racing the VLN and a few of the Blancpain races also. So yeah, that's good.
BMW have sort of come on a lot with their GT program, but that was what you might call a proper sports car. You know, it was small, it was compact, and it got some really good results.
Yeah, I mean, somehow I don't know how they did it, but they defied the rules because it normally has to be based on a road car as such. But this is the first proper made from scratch race car that BMW did, and they managed to get it through the rules and homologations, and it drives superbly well. Like, you know, I was just comparing it to the modern day McLaren Evo GT3 720 that I drive. and it's really not too dissimilar.
Really?
Yeah, I was very surprised. So yeah, it's a very cool bit of kit.
You kind of think with its age it would be a bit crude compared to now, but clearly not.
No, there's no agriculturalness in it whatsoever. It's still very refined, but a bit slow on the straight, but amazing around the corners.
Do you get to drive it, or are you just here coaching?
Yeah, no, I get to drive it. I'll be driving it with Ian. Not today, Ian's driving it today, but in the festival in August here, and a few of the other races in the MRL.
And you're still busy with Race Lab in McLaren Trophy. It's not been a bad start to the year.
Yeah, no, it's been good. We're racing in European GT4 as well as Trophy. We're at Spa next weekend supporting the Spa 24 race, so that should be very good. So yeah.
Keeping you busy. Good to see you. You and Hanky, thanks very much. Right, let's keep going because in about 10 minutes I think the circuit ought to be live for our next motorsport demo. Let me try and find not only interesting cars, but well, Bentleys. We've got to drool over Bentleys. Have a look at Bentleys. Cars that have not only been successful at Sebring, but of course won Le Mans in 2003. And the Bentley Speed 8 nearest to you, the EXP8, the test car in the background. We won't get too involved in these yet because we're going to talk later in the day, all being well, to Sean Lynn about not only the cars but also about his Motor Racing Legends concern. Now, if we carry on down the pit lane a little bit, Alex Ames might be available, who has got the Porsche 962, this Momo liveried car. Alex, can I disturb you for a minute? Sorry. Come and stand in front of this camera. But also don't conceal the front of this car because A, it looks fantastic, and B, it's one of the best liveries, isn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful car. So this was one of the last IMSA kind of spec for the 962.
Okay. What year are we talking? Because 962's had a long lifespan, really.
Yeah, so this is 93 spec. So basically they changed the aero package on them where you can see it's got a different back wing element to it. And also they actually had more of a flat floor at the front, which was just to increase it. So they actually used, on the later cars, more of a wind tunnel technology somewhere, which Just did for him. Yeah. So this raced at IMSA and was fairly successful, but it then went to a different livery, which was the Fat Turbo livery. So yeah, it's just a fantastic car, 730 odd horsepower, no traction, no ABS, and yeah, good fun.
I can tell off the grin on your face you like it.
Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. So we're just today we're doing a little bit. It's going to Le Mans in 2 weeks' time for doing the Le Mans Classic, and we're just taking some of the aero off it to try and see how it fares from that. We just did the Audi R8 earlier in the first session, so yeah, we'll run this in the next session and see how we go.
So you've got a 962 and an Audi R8, you know, it's not a bad day, is it?
Not a bad day. No, we've got a 512M coming this afternoon as well, so yeah, that's due to come as well. That's going to Le Mans Classic as well. All part of the Halusa car stable, which I take care of for them. So, but no, the Audi was just phenomenal a minute ago. That was second at Le Mans in 2000, was on pole in 2000. The list of drivers that drove that car is just amazing, and it's a privilege to be sat in the seat.
We were talking about it earlier on, and going back to 99 when you had the closed Audi and the open Audi, and it was very much the open route that Audi decided to take.
I think, yeah, they went the open route. You know, whether that they kept that chassis, and for a long time Dallara actually made the chassis for Audi. And then there was very small changes for the next 4 or 5 years. The engine was changed a little, kept with the gearboxes, and then the aero packages changed slightly. But most of it was actually the same. The car just works amazingly well. You know, and the Bentleys are pretty similar in pace terms to this. But you know, it's again, fantastic car.
Just going back to the 962 for a moment. Yeah. At Le Mans this year, we were all talking about this golden age of sports car racing, but you probably have to go back to Group C to find the previous one, really. I mean, I know we've had, you know, Audi coming along and Bentley's success, and but sports car racing does have very high highs and some very low lows, but after Group C, it's probably only now, really, that there's a comparable age, yes?
I think so, yeah. You know, Group C was a very big part of the sport cars, and, you know, this car actually won the last World Sports Car Racing, I think it was 89 at Dijon, okay. Before it then changed into different guises into IMSA specs. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it was one of the very ones. You watch the onboard of Jochen Mass and things at Spa, and you go, they were proper drivers. They were wrestling them around. It's you know, they were proper men driving those cars almost. It's like you jump into the Audi and it's a bit more sedate.
Really?
But yeah, you know, it's got power steering, it's like carbon brakes and all those things that are very easy to drive. That takes a little bit of wrestling around to go around. So.
And the nice thing about the 962, perhaps Porsche more than anybody else, the customer could take on the works cars and even with a bit of ingenuity make them better as well as beat them on track.
You know, I think that was definitely one of the customer cars for the 962s was equally as good as the factory ones. Yeah, maybe the factories had a few little tweaks here and there, but actually the custom cars, yeah, could give the factory cars a good run for their money. You know, this one in particular is the reasons why we bought this one was because it was the last development of the car, and with the whole aero package, it can give a lot of the actual IMSA, you know, the Lolas and all those type of later cars, the Nissans, they've got a bit more horsepower. It can still give them a run for its money. It actually won earlier in the year at Barcelona with the Peter Auto race. So yeah, so that was there was a good first win for one of the boys in that. So yeah, really good.
Are they difficult to run in private hands? I mean, I'm not decrying your efforts, but I mean, over time, racing cars inevitably get a bit more complicated.
You know, I think it was another reason why we went for a 962 rather than like the Sauber C11, purely because, you know, people are manufacturing the engines are still very easily to be able to get hold of. Gearbox parts, suspension parts, the body molds and everything else is still actually all out there and you can get it. Where the Sauber turns, we were, you know, almost having to, if something went wrong, we would have to re-engineer it, and the cost factor, if you're going to campaign a car like that's quite a considerable amount of money.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
And the Ferrari 512s this afternoon.
Ferrari yellow 512M coming this afternoon. That'll be the last session. So yeah, come and have a look at it and see what you think.
What a day.
Thank you.
Alex, good to see you. Thanks very much. Right, let's shuffle on a little bit further. How are you, young man? You all right? Small delay, just saying hello to people I go drinking with at lunchtime. Right, I wanted to talk to Stuart Hall about the Ferrari 550, but he has disappeared. Why don't we go to Zach Brown's garage for a moment and try and interrupt Ash Gallagher from United Autosports. Right, come here, you're on. Come and stand in front of a camera. Come out here. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Right, Zach's got a nice collection of cars. I think you called it the toy box. What's the provenance of this?
This car is an IMSA car.
Yeah.
It won races in period as all Zach's cars did, basically. I think this has got 4 wins.
It doesn't buy grotty ones, does it?
No, generally speaking, everything has to have either won a race in period or a championship. So we look after about 40 of his cars total.
About 40?
Yeah, well,
how many has he got?
Yeah, it's plus that of racing cars. He's got a similar collection of road cars. Some are with us at United, some live at McLaren. And they chop and change a little bit, basically, which you say roughly 40. It goes up and down, well, up mainly, not down.
And this one is an American provenance. I mean, yes, the 962 race in Europe, but this was very successful in the States.
Yeah, raced in IMSA, as I said, second in the championship in '87. And yeah, won 4 races, basically. I'd love to be able to say which ones, but with 40 cars to look after, it's difficult to remember all of them. And it's older than I am.
He hastily added. Are these complicated to run?
They vary a little bit, to be fair. Some of them have been swapped onto modern ECUs, so they're a bit easier as it goes. The ones that are running their original management and things like that are a bit more difficult because getting software for it is hard. So they vary a little bit, really. The hardest bit at the minute is getting tyres because the sizes are obsolete and that sort of thing, as silly as it sounds, yeah. So you're often migrating them down to a more popular tyre and then having to do the setup work to suit that. So, yeah.
You tend to think of spare parts for the car, but you never really think about the tyres.
Something as simple as tyres, yeah, causes us a lot of issues. This is not so bad because the Group C cars have a championship now, so we have a similar tyre to this. But yeah, some of the old F1 cars we run, nigh on impossible to get.
He's just brought this one, or is there something else lurking in the truck for later on?
No, just this car today. As soon as we get back to the workshop, we're loading 2 cars in a container to go to Monterey for the Rolex reunion. Then we have a car at Goodwood. He's doing the British Grand Prix with a Williams FW11B. So yeah, lots going on.
Keeps you busy. Ash, good to see you. Ash Gallagher then from United Autosports. We can't be far off, I think, our next motorsport session getting underway, because down the pit lane are coming more of the cars from that last Supercar session. We are running a little bit tight to the wire because of red flags that we've had this morning, but in the next few minutes we can have some of those cars we've just been discussing out on track. More great sights and sounds here at Secret Meet still to come.
It did get better though, when I was thrown the keys to one of the most important Ferraris of all time. The Enzo. Growing up as a Ferrari lad, getting to drive any Ferrari is very special to me, but the Enzo is real bucket list stuff. I was 19 when the Enzo was released, and I still remember it vividly. Ferrari was extremely protective of it. You had to be chosen and invited to buy it, and they didn't even send one for Clarkson to drive. What speaks more than anything else about how special the Enzo is though, is its name. In all of Ferrari's years producing road cars, only this one was deemed worthy enough to wear the name of Ferrari's founder. So, if you'll allow me to pinch myself to make sure this really is happening, let's head out for a drive in Italy in a Ferrari Enzo.
If you follow our channel, you should have recently seen me wax lyrical about the 991 Gen 2 Porsche GT3 RS, until Jonty being Jonty said that 500 brake horsepower just wasn't enough and top-trumped me with a McLaren 675 LT. Well, today I raise him again with a car that should have almost everything we love about the GT3 RS, but with 700 brake horsepower. Now of course Jonty will be along before you know it to once again explain why I've brought the wrong car with the new kid on the track-focused supercar block from AMG. These two are almost inseparable on paper, so I'm super keen to see how the AMG stacks up against the now retired King of the Ring.
It's fair to say, over the years, I've driven some great cars, some of which are very rare and expensive, which often adds an extra element of excitement to them. But today, I'm driving not just a rare and expensive car, but one that is a true legend. The Porsche 962 is possibly one of the most successful race cars in history. And this one, despite the racing decals, is road legal.
Seriously though, what in the name of all things motoring? I'm driving not just a car, but a true hero.
So it's day 2 from Mil Millis, España.
I've got to say, yesterday had to be the best day's driving in my life. Until today, unfortunately. And now today's the best day I've ever had in my life. I'm getting used to the TDF. It did want to kill me, but now we've got a bit of a relationship, and now we've gelled. The group I'm in with Paul, and everything is just absolutely fantastic. What a day's driving.
Yeah, so I've taken the GT4 RS to Spain this time. It's been an epic choice. The roads are incredible, very little traffic, amazing grip, perfect surfaces, incredible views. This is, again, my favorite SCD.
I was going to get a nice fresh wash ready for tomorrow.
You weren't lying when you said that it was going to be an epic morning.
It is, isn't it? It's just incredible. Relentless, nice roads.
God, honestly, when I finished that drive before coffee, I was out of breath. I was out of breath. I was like shaking.
Yeah, it's so full on, isn't it?
Right then, one long walk down the pit lane later and bumping into another motorsport grid. It's amazing who you find that are either here instructing or doing high-speed laps or here to drive cars or use this as a test session. Anyway, we're back in business for our next motorsport demo, which is due to last for around about 30 minutes, give or take. And these cars, again, from myriad categories. There's a huge amount of Le Mans and GT presence of 962 that we were talking about with Alex Ames, the car, we'll see if we can stay with this for a bit, the car that has raced largely in Select, the pretty much last iteration of the 962, having got to the end of its competitive period, and the car owned by the Halusas was a car that started off in 1989 as a Yerst car for Bob Wallach. There, number 9 Bentley, which is your Mr. Sean own car, making its way onto Hanger Straight. The early car, the early EXP8 chassis 001/1. Sean and his son Max sharing that car. They did have ideas to bring a Cadillac with them as well, but I don't think that has arrived. There's Rob Huff in the foreground in the Jaguar XJS. So it's very British racing green at the moment. So the EXP8, the prototype, that DFV engine, the Cosworth DFR engine car, I should say. Just ahead is the Jaguar XJS, Rob Huff at the wheel of it. He's just saying to me outside, it's a proper touring car, that, just going through shot. Winner of Macau, not in that colour scheme, it was a JPS cigarette livery when it won the Macau gear race in the hands of Tom Walkinshaw in 1985. So it was third at Bathurst, and then they repainted it and put it into JPS colours. Fitting in a sense, is it not? That somebody that's had 12 Macau wins ought to be driving a car that won at Macau. But Rob Huff at the wheel of it, and he said it's like driving a Ford Capri on steroids. It's got a really nice gearbox, really nice downshift if you toe and heel, and the XJS that was brought into the European Touring Car Championship back in 1982 went through different liveries. This was its 84 colour scheme. By the end of the season, they were parked in Europe. Tom Walkinshaw then concentrated on running the Rover Vitesse, but he still took the cars to Australia, realising what he could do for sales out there and how well suited the XJS was to Mount Panorama at Bathurst, and then he took them to Macau and won there. This car was third at Bathurst. Very wide goes Huffy, kicks up the dirt. It really should have won. It was always going to be the favourite car because it had the boss on board. Tom Walkinshaw shared it with Wyn Percy, but eventually it developed an oil leak. So for the last 4 or 5 pit stops, it had to have another can of oil put in, and so it dropped back into third place. But it's great to have it here. It's been about 2.5 years in build, and it's great to have it back. Let's see what else we've got out on circuit. There was the early Porsche 911 just going through shot. There's the XJS then, a very different Silverstone on which it's driving now compared to what it would have raced on in period. And Rob Huff, who after winning the World Touring Car Championship, racing in the TCR World Tour, came back into the British Championship last year. Right, let's have a look at Aston's there, because one of them is the car there. Just going through the shot, that's the car that won in British GT, Graham Davison's car. Graham won the British GT Championship going back to the previous decade. He was a regular partner with Johnny Adam, although this car was raced by Graham with Maxime Martin. They were Jetstream Motorsport, and in 2018 it was a winner of the race at Spa. And Graham Davison, having won British GT, then sort of mothballed the car and decided that he would concentrate on other avenues, but he has now restored it, and it started off by being a car run by the Oman racing team. It was a motorbase, then TF Sport campaign that, and when TF Sport ran the cars they were much more successful than Johnny Adam and Alman Al-Harthi. Pretty much every Aston Martin you put Johnny Adam in, he wins races and makes it fly and wins championships, and from the Oman racing team it then went into Graham Davison's hands for British GT. Let's see if we can find the BMW Z4 if we can, because that's the car we were discussing with Ewan Hankey a little bit earlier on. Ian Campbell at the wheel of it, run by Racelab, Ewan's team. The XP8, I think, is possibly going to head for the pit lane at the end of this. Now, they're going around the outside of it is the Dallara. There's another of the Aston Martin just going through shot. We've gained the Mercedes SLS AMG GT3, I noticed, right. The Alaman Cobra back out. Stuart Horn in the background in the Ferrari. And where do we go? BMW, there you go. The Schubert Z4 GT3. Schubert, very, very successful BMW team then and now, in fact, that car with its 4.4 V8 engine. And the likes of Claudia Hurtgen and Mark Basseng had great success with those cars. That's running in its Nürburgring 24-hour livery, where it was a very competitive car, inevitably. Further up the road, you've got the Porsche 924 GTR. We've got a yellow flag and a yellow light, so I think we've had a drama somewhere. We may even have to interrupt the session, so the session is being stopped. At the front of this battle pack, so to speak, is the 924 GTR. Let's see if we can find it. There it is, just going through the shot. Might be able to spot these cars now as they come down the pit lane, but that car was the red and white car there. You can see at the front of the Kia Regular in the Daytona 24 Hours, and in IMSA it was a Herman Miller team car. And then Whitehall Promotions also had a car that was very competitive. Mark Donaldson is the driver of it. Comes then down the pit road. Also gained, I think, a McLaren out on track as well. So more and more of them coming down the pit road. That's Sam Hancock's Audi in the background. This is one of the Porsches that Carl Tilley is driving. British driver, used to race in Formula Ford at Castle Combe, but has made a real name for himself of late racing in America. There is the 924 GTR. Those cars did come to Europe. Richard Lloyd ran one at Le Mans, you might remember. remember, but largely they were for the American program. 1981 car, the Whitehall, Capital Whitehall Promotions car, the Zytek, just nestling its way in there, which was earmarked to be a Reynard, and then Reynard went into receivership, so Bill Gibson and Zytek rather rescued the whole project. So this red flag is to retrieve somebody who's had a moment out on track somewhere. See the Goodyear rubber on the Alfred Briggs driven Zytek 3.4 litre engine, 540 brake horsepower. Zytek, having taken on the project, morphed this car, which was the test car, into a race car for the 2006 season. That's Alexander West's very modified Ferrari 458 going down the pit lane. Bags of power. There is Zach Brown's 962, which again runs in its IMSA colour scheme. And the Team Modena Aston Martin, which was another FIA GT, but also Le Mans Series entry. And Aston Martin at the time marketing as much as they could around the 007 theme, so you can spread to 008, 009. That silk cut Jaguar, perhaps still one of the nicest and most evocative colour schemes on a Le Mans car. Part of the Jeff Page, Chris Rowe stable of cars, and one dating back to 1986, but then it morphed itself through different iterations. It was an XJR6 to begin with. It's in XJR9 trim now, so a 7 litre V12, but it had the rather more purple and white silk cut colour scheme on to begin with. In that livery at Le Mans in '88, it was Derek Daly and Kevin Cogan and Larry Perkins that drove the car. There is the Alan Mann Racing Daytona Cobra, for which Alan Mann took on the might of Ferrari. Adam Sykes is driving that today. And you can see there the Alan Mann legend underneath the number, the traditional red and gold colour scheme that ran on his Ford Mustangs and Lotus Cortinas as well. And Alan Mann rather humbled many of the other teams with his success in privateer Fords. So that car on the fast lane. Now, the cabin liveried Porsche, let's see if we can head towards that for a moment, because Henry Pearman at the wheel of the Richard Lloyd racing car. No, let's not then, let's go to the Audi that Scott Malvern drives with Julian Thomas.
Stay there till he's dressed and comes over.
Just in the background, you've got another of the BMW Z4s, Jack Tetley's endless Tizen car. There is the 962 that Henry Pearman drives. This car that Nigel Stroud took hold of and got this special honeycomb design to sort of move it on to try and keep the car competitive against the Saubers and the Jaguars by that stage, the Derek Bell, Tiffany Dell, James Weaver car. It was the car that raced both in the World Sports Car Championship and at Le Mans. Derek Bell drove it in the World Championship. They all got together really for Le Mans. You can see the Le Mans sticker on the side of it. 4th in Jerez, 7th at the Nürburgring. It also raced in America and there with the Porsche Cars Great Britain backing, but it was very much the cabin tobacco money that funded that project. Henry Pearman has a great love for Group C Porsches, who doesn't, and keeps buying anything he can find. So he's got this, but he's also got the Rothmans car, and he's also got, we might have to come back to it later in the day, but he's also brought a really nice collection of MotoGP bikes as well that are nestling in the garage, and each of those inevitably has got a massive history connected to it as well. But the 962 born out of the 956, and the car really that kick-started Group C racing. Porsche wasn't the winning mark for the first ever Group C race. The quiz question of the day is which was the winning car for the first Group C race. But it wasn't Porsche, because the 956 wasn't ready. It was at Monza, and not many chassis came onto the grid. But the Porsche, and then Lancia were a year late because they were still trying to run an open-top Group 6 car against Porsche. But I'll let you scratch your head for a few more minutes, everybody, about the winning Group C car. Right, 65 Porsche there in its period colour scheme. This is another wonderful example of how you go racing at Le Mans in a fairly straightforward car. The 911 ST, a 2.2 flat 6 car, this from 1971. It also raced in the Spa 1,000 kilometres for Jackie Deschamel and Jean-Claude Parrot. It retired at Le Mans in 1971, but compare that to the GT3 Porsches that were racing 2 days ago. The shape is still very recognisable, but boy, have a GT type of car moved on demonstrably ever since. Stock car accessories from the Jackie Autosports Specialiste on the Rue d'Alsace. You don't get liveries like that anymore either. Of course, in those days you could race not only in long distance sports car races on a circuit, but also then use the same car in things like the Tiger Florio, where you have much more challenging road circuits on which to go and race as well. So Christophe Cairns at the wheel of the car, and it burbles away in the pit lane, just waiting now to be told whether or not the cars are going to go back out and when. The reason for this interruption is almost off the circuit, so we won't be far off, I think, getting the session back underway. One or two drivers already out of cars. One or two drivers say, well, I've driven that for a bit, I'll go drive another toy now. Pit lane, I think, is back open. And oh dear, it's the same car that caused the stoppage before, Shane Brereton's Lamborghini. It was ground to a halt out on the track. Shane Brereton, truck racer of many years, but stock cars and hot rods prior to that, now taking, it's got a nice E-type he races, but looking at the GT3 style of historic racing, and I suspect this is a new bought car that's having a rather troublesome shakedown. Right, we're back in business then for this session, so apologies for the delay, but gives us a chance to have a look at cars, including there the BMW Z4, which we didn't see in the earlier session. That's Jack Tettley's Z4 heading through the traffic. Also there you've got the Ligier, one of the founding cars really for the LMP3 concept. 2016 Nissan 420 brake horsepower engine car that was a Graf Racing chassis out of the Japanese Super GT Championship there, a Richard Lyons, Christopher Haase chassis. Very, very similar in concept to the GT3 car that Sam Hancock was describing. There was one or two slight tweaks to Japanese Super GT regs, but Audi selling so many of these cars around the globe. They were winning championships with them in Australia as well as in Europe as well as in Japan. Looking in the background to Nick Maton's Lamborghini that runs in the Blancpain watch colours. It wasn't the Mark Hayek Peter Cox car, but it's in that colour scheme, and it's an evocative one nonetheless. There is then the number 74 Inter 924 GTR. And really, before the 956 came along, those were the cars that held Porsche honour at Le Mans. There wasn't a lot else they had. The 911 was not really competitive, but the 924R, the GTR, at least gave Porsche a chance to fight in class, whether it was with American crews or British. There, the Aston Martin DBR9 GT1, that's one of the Gregor Fiskin-owned cars. Gregor has got, of course, lots of nice machinery here. Harry Newey is also driving the cars with him today. And a proper noise, the Aston Mate on the downshift. The cars built by ProDrive, as we were discussing earlier on, they sort of morphed out of the Ferrari 550 projects. Freddie Dorr put the money for the Ferrari, and when ProDrive formed the alliance with Aston Martin, they could use much of the knowledge, much of the floor plan and the footprint of the car, and it was a winner here in period as well as many other places. And of course it then was able to be a competitive GT1 car both at Le Mans and in America. And the good thing is that even many years on in GT3, Aston Martin's still competitive, still winning, and for example on pole position in class at Le Mans. And now, of course, how many years before we get one at Secret Meet? The Valkyrie Hypercar, both of them finishing the 24 hours at the weekend. Paul Bailey's 296, that's out of the One Make series. In fact, it's only had one race from memory, and that was about 10 days ago. So he had to get it through that safely before he could bring it here to race it. But the Ferrari Challenge is for what you might call ordinary 296s, and then of course you can work your way up to a GT3 style car for international GT racing, but the 296, part of the Ferrari one-make program that operates in Asia, in the UK, although not in quite so many numbers, and of course the American and hugely popular European championships as well. In the background you can see the Nick Layton Lamborghini looking to try to find a way through, but there's a good decade plus between those two cars in terms of age. Harvey Stanley being busy today because he's got GT3 as well as GT1 machinery. Bit of dust being kicked up in the background there by the Seb Perez Cycle Motorsport Porsche. Peter Cycle was a European touring car regular, then went into GTs, racing and then running cars. Pretty much stopped racing by the time he got his first Le Mans entry in about 1999. There is a car that raced rather a lot in America, the Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3. Jonathan Mitchell, the driver. It was a car from 2013. It's run now by Scott Speed, Aaron Scott's company, but it was an ex-works car. It ran as 007 when the factory ran it, raced at Nürburgring and then in America. The Racers Group was the team that had it in the States. And thanks to James Davison's efforts, the Australian driver, it was a pole winner at the Daytona 24, where Christopher Nygaard, Brandon Davis and Christina Nielsen were the other drivers. One of the more unusual colour schemes perhaps on a Aston Martin. But it's good to see it, and adding some variety. Sam Hancock, these sessions I should point out are not timed. Whoops, a spin for, that's Stuart Hall, disgracing himself, getting a bit crossed up in the Ferrari 550. I was going to say these sessions aren't timed, but they do give you an idea just from the eye as to who is quick. Yes, it was Stuart Hall. He's got going again, and riding on board with him, picking up the pace again. Stuart, 4th at Le Mans in his time, and heading now down towards Brooklands, picking his way through the traffic, getting past the Radical. Nips past that, jumps on the brakes, and then into the stadium. So the Ferrari 550 back up and running. There's 007, the American Aston Martin, if you like. Alexander West's Ferrari just going through. Now that car doesn't really have a championship to race in anymore. It's very much a toy for Alexander West, who's part of the makeup of Garage 59, the team, and they managed to get something like 700 horsepower or so out of that car. Now the McLaren is a late arrival at the ball. We need to find a driver for that, but that's managed to find the Jaguar to play with. We had got a moment ago the Desperados 934, 935, the white Porsche with a huge rear wing on the back of it. We'll try and find that car again. Rob Huff still going nicely in the XJS, enjoying himself no end, giving this a shakedown because it's off to race in another of the Peter Auto burgeoning historic touring car series. Zytek, that's Jan Magnussen in the Lola T70 Mark 3B, 1969 5-litre Chevrolet engine car, with which Eric Broadley's company had lots of success in the late 60s, early 70s in Group 4 sports car racing. And still those cars very, very popular in historic sports cars to this day. In the background, with all the lights on, looking very Le Mans, is Sam Hancock, or looking very Spa in that car's case, really. Now we've gained a Group B rally car as well to go with the fun. The Renault 5 Maxi Turbo, car that Jean Ragnotti would have raced. But who's driving that? Can't tell you. So this is all part of the fun of a day like this. More and more cars appear, but the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo, Eric Comas's name on the side of it. In fact, I'm deluding myself. Is it not a Clio V6? I need to have another look at that. As I say, part of the fun of the day is that random cars appear. The Audi there of Julian Thomas, very successful historic racer. Audi R8 that ran in Pucker GT3 trim all over the world, and then there was also the One Make Championship in largely China. It occasionally spread its wings. I think it came to the Nürburgring one year, in fact, but that was largely for marketing reasons. but Audi R8's perhaps the ultimate in terms of success and cars sold, ultimate GT3 car. Stuart Hall then in the 550. Let's ride on board with him for a little while, see what it's like on track. Comes out of the Beckett's S's onto Hanger Straight. The Zytek going through once more, a car that really kept alive, I suppose, to a degree, international sports car racing at the time, because they were good for the customers. They appeared in lots of different teams' hands. Privateers were able to take them on both in Europe and in America. And a snapshot there of how a GT car has moved on from the Daytona Cobra, which looked pretty menacing, but then you look at how much wider a modern day GT3 car is, how fat the tyres are. Compare and contrast the Jaguars as well. There's only about 4 or 5 seasons worth of racing between those. I know the XJS was built late 70s, but it rather towers over the XJR9 ahead of it. In the background there, Alex Ames coming towards us in the Momo 962. Goes through the shot, goes out of Abbey. Quick corner that as well in this configuration of Silverstone. Gregor Fiskin behind, coming up towards Village and the loop. The other great thing about this, in an increasingly sanitised world, is the noise that the cars make. Just about every car makes a great sound. Silk-cut Jaguar bails out of the way. That car in 1988 trim, which was the year that Jaguar finally cracked them on, to the relief of Jan Lammers, who had to nurse the car home with its broken gearbox. And it was barely going to go any further, but the team made sure they weren't saying anything over the radio. It was only many, many years later that the truth really came out about how close to the wire the car was. They didn't want Porsche to know they had a problem and therefore pushed them and risked the car actually not getting to the end of the race. But Jan, along with Johnny Dumfries, the late Johnny Dumfries, and Andy Wallace, did nurse the car home. Jan had to stay in it because he was the only one that knew how to cope with the gearbox falling apart, but he brought it home. Right, we've had the creation come into the pit lane, and there, up towards Stowe, goes Sam Hancock's Audi, run by WRT at the time, the W Racing team, part nowadays of the Wirtz Group. Vincent Voss, the man behind WRT, himself a Spa 24-hour race winner. That, down the pit road, is Jack Tetley's BMW Z4. There's another Radical, I think, creeping out as well, there you can see. BMW in. And try and trace who's driving some of the other cars by this afternoon. They had one third and final demonstration. It will no doubt be that we have some more machinery that appears during the day. We were hearing from others that 1 or 2 cars were still to arrive. So there, the Jaguar. 11 laps down, it finished, but Kevin Cogan and Derek Daly and Larry Perkins persevered with the car, brought it to the end of the race. But it was all about survival, that race. The Porsches managed to have problems like dropping into the gravel trap. And if you look there, Mark Sumter's Porsche, which was one of the cars from the early sort of BPR into the SRO era. He did race 4 times at Le Mans though, that car. And Jacques Leconte, the man behind Labra, had great success with all sorts of GT cars. Mark Sumter, Porsche dealer. There is the Ligier, that car on a rather sedate lap at the moment, but the very recent by some of the cars we have, LMP3 car. LMP3 still a hugely successful concept, whether it's in the Road to Le Mans, Michelin Le Mans Cup, or in the Asian Le Mans Series. And the car that was designed initially to run for Nissan 420 horsepower engines. Gradually then more and more manufacturers bought into the concept. They saw there was a market for proper looking racing cars, user friendly and durable. So, okay, 1 hour of racing in Le Mans Cup, but 4 hours in Asian Le Mans. And indeed in European Le Mans Series, you can still race the cars. Graf Racing, the French team, ran the first car, United Autosports, that we were talking about with Ash Gallagher earlier on. They soon bought into the concept. Oak Racing, Jacques Leclerc's team, followed suit, and LMP3 and sales of Ligiers went up and up and up and up. That car shared by Kenny Murray and Phil Quaife. Behind it is the Gregor Fiskin Aston Martin with the 008 number panel on the side of it. There it is in the background, the 2006 car. You're looking at the Ligier, but wait and see. There it is, the Aston behind. That was a 2008 American Le Mans Series car, really. Finished third at Sebring. Gregor Fiskin, who's raced a lot in historic, but also a lot in Le Mans towards the start and middle of the 2000s. And trades in classic cars, but also races them with alacrity as well. Henry Pearman in the Richard Lloyd Racing 962. You can see how the cars had evolved. I mean, if you put that next to his Rothmans car, you'll see how much more different this shape is. The rear wing set back, the Nigel Stroud honeycomb bodywork making it look slightly different, but they had to do something because Porsche by this stage was kind of losing interest in Group C. The costs were going higher and higher and higher. There were privateers running the cars anyway. There was big money being spent by Jaguar and by Mercedes, and it was rather left to the teams to try and squeeze whatever else they could out of the concept. Now we have a car off, we understand, so looks like we might be heading for another red flag here. Let's see, going out of Abbey is Henry Pearman. Probably not far off the checkered flag anyway, in fairness, for this session. That's Alexander West's Ferrari. It's a 488. We've had an Aston that's had a spin, but actually has rejoined. Alexander West, the very successful Swedish driver with lots of race wins in his time in GT cars. It's a modified 4-litre twin-turbo V8 car. There is Gregor Fiskin's Aston. I think that was the one that had the spin. So Gregor has sorted himself out, carried on. The Zytek offering a rather different look to the 911 993 Porsche that Mark Sumter as the total gentleman peels out of the way in a fine Porsche livery, the FAT Turbo Express colours. Now, it was announced at Le Mans, although the livery is back, the company is owned by Ferdy Porsche and it is known as FAT, and it's more of a lifestyle and charity brand, but then it was a logistics company, and you'll see it replicated on the Proton Porsche 963 of the current FIA World Endurance Championship. Anyway, Mark Sumter's car's dropped out of shot now, so we can concentrate on the Zytek, which comes now up towards the long right-hander of Club Corner. Powers through. That's Zach Brown in the United Autosports run Dyson Porsche, the 962 from the States. It was a car that Price Cobb used to win on his debut in the 6 Hours of Riverside back in 1986. He was also a winner at Watkins Glen the year later, and then in 88 in Miami, in Charlotte, at Sears Point as well. So, as we were hearing, Zach Brown only likes cars that have won races or championships. Price Cobb, very successful American driver. James Weaver had a go in this as well. The Brit who seemed to race sports cars forever and a day. Also, many of those races being in America. Now, Mark Sumter's Porsche in the background getting out of the way of traffic. I hope Mark's not got a problem. Paragon is Mark's Porsche dealership. Many of the cars he's raced over time with the Paragon livery. He was a winner here in the 24 Hours. He raced FIA GT Porsches, British GT Porsches, and very much a Porsche specialist. Zach Brown then, having gone from Le Mans to Canada and back, comes across the Heritage start and finish line, down towards Cops. And a checkered flag greets him, in fact, as he goes over the line. So there'll be an in-lap for Zach Brown. We've got one more motorsport. the cars will be back out at 3:20. In fact, we're not that far off it in real terms. We've got quite a lot to cram in before, because next on track we are going to have our Hypercars. They will be heading to the grid for a grid walk as well. Before they do their laps, there will be a grid walk so we can have a look at the cars and talk to some of the owners in a bit more detail. So, next Motorsport demo is at 15:20, assuming the timetable is all good. Hypercars, though, are what we'll turn our attention to next here at Secret Meet.
Well, hello and welcome to the SCD Secret Meet 2025. John Markar here, coming to you from the commentary box. And what a time to be coming to you from the commentary box, because of course we are now just coming up to the Hypercar Parade. This is most likely, if you're watching at home on the live stream, the moment that you have been waiting for. A collection of cars that you simply do not see, and you definitely don't see often, driving side by side each other around a circuit like this one here at Silverstone. So we're going to enjoy a collection of these amazing cars and their amazing sounds, of course. I won't be talking the whole way through this because, of course, the sound is such a crucial part of these amazing cars. But they're all lining up now in the paddock, ready to go out. They're going to be led, I think, by the Cayman GT4. But behind the GT4, we're going to have a collection of cars worth, I'm going to say, somewhere in the region of, dare I even risk it, 100 million? Maybe more. Let us know in the comments. If you've totaled up the value, let us know and I will read it out. But we'll enjoy these cars in static form for now whilst we're waiting for the green light, waiting for the session to start. But look at this, P1, spectacular, absolutely amazing. One of two AMG GT1s behind, and of course there's a Gordon Murray T50, one of the most spectacular sounding new cars on the market right now. I'm sure you will agree. There is that glorious AMG GT1. Another car that produces a fantastic soundtrack there. Beautiful little Alpha. And a car, a lesser seen supercar slash hypercar. Can we class it as a hypercar of the early 1990s, the Jaguar XJ220? And of course they're the Porsche 918, one of the Holy Trinity, iconic, wonderful Porsches. Now a car that's not going to be making a lot of noise, the Lotus Evija. No noise, but let's go as far as saying probably one of the most powerful cars out on circuit today. Now, I shouldn't have favourites, but I do. It's an F40, and here we have a collection of many. So we've got a beautiful lineup of F40s. Oh, an F50 snuck into the mix as well there. How exciting is this? So we'll wait for that green light session to start, and once the cars head out, we can talk a little bit more about them. And do, as I say, let us know what is your favourite in the comments. I'll work through the comments whilst these cars are out on track, and if we can focus on one or two that you like the look of, we will do our best here from the media team. So, of course, aside from the difficult to say everyday hypercars you'll see, that's not really a sentence that makes any sense at all. You've got some extra special stuff like the Tut Hill there just rolling past. Now, I was lucky enough to have a little walk around just now in the paddock area and talk to and meet some of the exhibitors that have come here and brought a selection of cars. And what's been really interesting is asking the question of how do you choose what car to bring. Because of course, when you're a supercar or hypercar showroom, you've probably got 25, 30 odd cars that you have at your disposal. Picking the ones to bring along to an event like this is almost impossible, I'd say. But look at the variation of cars that we've got here. Another lesser spotted, look at that, Noble M600. Don't see those very often. I know for a fact that this car makes a spectacular noise. And in fact, I have a feeling we might even hear it if I know that driver as well as I do. There is the second AMG 1. Fantastic looking car. Tiny little 1.6 litre combustion engine, which sounds daft to say really, doesn't it? And yet it is one of the most powerful cars here, thanks to a collection of hybrid motors as well.
Perfect, there we go, we are live.
Right, I've been joined in the commentary box by a man with far more hypercar knowledge than me, which is making me feel a lot better, because I can sort of identify a few things here, but there's a few things I don't know. Now, Josh Scoot, you happen to be a bit of a, I think you would describe to me as a fountain of knowledge when it comes to hypercars. Is that right to say?
I like that. It's something in life that I never passed maths, I never passed English. I wasn't good here and there, but for hypercars, somehow I just knew everything, or it was something that I could always just take in. And yeah, this is my favourite part of the day, favourite part of the year here at Secret Meet. And of course it is the Hypercar Parade, which is just starting right now. They're just lining up. Yeah, hypercars I grew up with, they're my poster cars. And to have them on your poster wall, to now seeing them in real life, it's quite something special.
It really is. And we've been talking through some of the cars in the lineup here. We're looking right now at the TWR Supercab, which is a bit of an unusual car on the grid here, because of course it doesn't resemble hypercars as we look at hypercars with all of its shapes and sizes, but a spectacular thing. And I think that might be the sound of it. You can hear revving in the background. It's got a beautifully crafted, naturally aspirated V12. It sounds like nothing else you can find on the market at the moment. But yeah, radical thing, designed of course in partnership with a lovely friend of mine called Kazim Salim, otherwise known as the Kaiser on Instagram. Done an absolutely superb job there. Now Josh, tell me, is there anything here in this lineup we're looking at that's jumping out to you?
Well, we've already got an SF90 XX that we're seeing right now that pretty much matches my hair, so it's a cool colour. But I think for me, it's anything along the lines of Paganis, Koenigsegg's, and right here we've got Premier GTs, Bugatti Veyron, followed by their Porsche 918 in cerulean blue. I think the cool thing about these hypercars is they're all in bold specs, and today we're so lucky with the weather. Look at the colours shining. I think when you look at the term of hypercars, you really focus on Bugattis, Koenigseggs, the high-end stuff. We just went past Paul Bailey's Pagani Huayra and his Koenigsegg Regera, you know, rare cars, one of 80. only a handful in the UK. And today we've been so lucky enough with the 25th anniversary of the Bugatti Veyron. I think we've got about 10 here. Crazy to wrap your head around so many Bugattis here in one place.
Perfect. We're going to cut to a quick video and we'll be back in just a moment. Okay, we are back and we are just about to see this amazing parade of hypercars leave the national pit lane here at Silverstone and head out onto the circuit. What a spectacle. Now, just in that little video segment there, before you jumped into the commentary box with me, Josh, I was trying to work out in my own head what sort of value we could put on this collection of cars. And you mentioned a figure that, well, it almost knocked me over. Where do you think we're at?
I think when you include all these special cars, these one-offs, other supercars that have arrived today, but if we focus on last year, I think it was probably around $250 million.
A billion with a B?
Yeah, you've got some cars here though, for example, the Pagani Zonda R, you're probably looking at that car just alone about 10 million. Mechatronic have brang a Pagani Zonda Diamante Verde, a complete one-off 760. Again, I think you're looking at a value between 10 to 15. We've got, again, 10 Bugattis, like I said before. You value them roughly between 1.5 to 2.5. So when you put it all into that kind of term and you mention $250 million, it sounds ridiculous, but actually, I think we are looking at a total around about that.
It's incredible. I think we could almost do number plates as well. Look, 16 EB there on that Bugatti. A beautiful number plate, of course. Those of you won't need me to explain it, I'm sure, for those of you that are watching. There was another one we saw a shot just now, I think, with the number plate that said "Hi Sexy," which is that's a strong move. But yeah, look at this collection. So another SF90 XX. Now this with the livery. Correct me if I'm wrong. You may know, Josh. This is a this is a livery in homage to the Le Mans winning car last year. Is that right?
Spot on, right there. Yeah. And also today, Shmi 150 has brang his brand new SF90 XX, first time publicly shown. And already, here we go. Look at the two Zondas leading the way, with the Aston Martin Valhalla just behind, another Bugatti Veyron. I think that's a very common term we use here, Bugatti Veyron. They're just everywhere.
I've never used Veyrons as a plural before, and yet I'm going to be saying it a lot today, which is quite the spectacle. It really is. The Volkswagen Caddy van is not in our Hypercar parade, but it is our media team, just in case anyone's wondering how that qualifies. No, it's not some kind of Skunk Works W16 powered van, it is just a van. Now look at this for a view, Josh. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 F40s alone, surrounded with Enzo and F50 snuck into the mix. Oh, another F40 into the shot.
It is incredible, isn't it? All these names you casually lay off, a LaFerrari Aperta, like you say, 5 times F40s, 4 GTs, the new Aston Martin Valhalla, that's worth 2.5 million. We've got the new 599 XX like recreation, Porsche Carrera GT, McLaren Senna. The list just keeps going on. Just coming up now, we've actually got the Project 1. There's actually 3 here today, believe it or not. It's wild. We can't just have one. It's, yeah, 3 here today. Such a stunning car, 1,063 brake horsepower, V6 turbocharged, and of course it's all inspired by the Mercedes-Benz F1 technology.
Yeah, an incredible spectacle, incredible thing to behold. I have a clear favourite when it comes to supercars of a certain era, and we're being absolutely dominated by them on screen here. F40 for me is a real soft spot. Is there one for you, Josh, that stands out? Is there a car that you've seen today that you think if I could just borrow that maybe for a long weekend, that'd be the one to have? What would it be?
I dread to think what the insurance would be, but I think for my generation, I've grown up with the Zonda. That for me was like my dad with the Ferrari F50. That was his poster car. Of course, I can appreciate any of these hypercars, but a Zonda to me is top tier. And especially today, we are joined with one of the only road legal Pagani Zonda Rs actually leading the parade, and I think that will be my #1 pick.
Good choice. Very, very good choice. The glorious rear end there of the Jaguar XJ220, thus named, I'm told, due to its capability of achieving 220 miles an hour, and I believe it held the record as the fastest production car in the world. That was until another little English manufacturer called McLaren came along and launched the F1. But it had the title. You know, we can't all claim that we've built the fastest car in the world. Jaguar can, and let's be honest, they could be and should be, and perhaps hopefully will be, maybe trying to backtrack on some recent decisions to make some strange-looking cars. Maybe we don't talk about that sort of.
Fingers crossed they can come back. But again, we are just joined by. Feels like we're at Maranello right now with all these F40s going around. And look at that, with the LaFerrari Aperta from Mechatronic sneaking in. We also have the Toohill GT1, the full carbon body 4-litre, 6-litre engine, available of course in the naturally aspirated or forced induction version, and it's like the 911 GT1 reincarnated, so very cool to see that here today.
It is an absolutely stunning car. We've seen a few car manufacturers tried something similar. Toohill just seemed to get it right. Oh, we've lost a number plate there by the looks of things. Probably just a stick-on cover.
And here we go, the two Zondas I was on about. Just the sound, the shape, the whole theatre that car brings with the T50, the Project One, the other one, Alfa Romeo 8C, XJ220, followed behind by a Porsche 918. Such an incredible lineup. And here we are, one of the best V10s ever, the Lexus LFA. I'd love to hear that.
It is, yes, that's got to be one of the best sounding cars ever. An engine tuned and developed by Yamaha to produce the best possible sound. I mean, that whole car was just theatre in the making, wasn't it? An entire machine built specifically to build each individual panel. It was, I think, what a salesperson might call a loss leader. It cost an awful lot of money to build. They didn't make a penny back from selling them. But yes, I'm looking through at some of our YouTube comments that we've got coming in here, and this just shows the collection of cars that we've got. So we've had a comment here asking, is there no GMA? Well, there is a GMA. There's a T50 out there right now. Hopefully we'll see that on a shot whilst we're admiring some flames firing out the back of one of those F40s. Yeah, we have the GMA T50, 661 horsepower of naturally aspirated V12 goodness.
One of the best sounding cars that is. I mean, only 100 road cars were going to be made. I think they're coming up to the finish of the production line in July next month, believe it or not. And a value of 2.5 million. But of course, Gordon Murray also made the Niki Lauda version. They made 25 units of them at a whopping 3.1 million. But it's crazy to think we are coming to the end of the production. And again, very lucky enough today to have one of them on track.
Absolutely, there it is there. Absolutely stunning looking car with that central driving position. Not many cars that you can pick where you can pick two mates, one either side of you, both of which have a little induction honk behind their own head. It is a truly, truly special place to be.
Now, just going back to what you were saying about the Lexus LFA, I need to ask you the question that I feel like I should ask any automotive fan. Would you pick the Porsche Carrera GT or Lexus LFA, the two best-sounding V10s? What's your answer?
That is a spectacular question, Josh. A cruel question. I'm going to have to go with the Carrera GT, I think. But it's tough. It is tough because that LFA is so special. But for me, yeah, the Carrera GT as a raw manual gearbox driving experience, I think that would have to be the one for me.
Nice, yeah.
But it's a tough one. It is a tough one. Maybe I can test drive both and then get back to you. Would that be okay?
That sounds really good. I like the idea. Maybe I can be passenger as well then.
Yeah.
There
we'll sort it. We'll sort it. You can hear there, you can hear the barks of the Zondas just ripping through.
That
It's
Zonda
such
R,
an iconic
honestly, that
noise.
V12, oh my gosh. And look at that, quite a big fan
It is.
T50,
Yeah, of course.
Quite a big fan of that.
Gordon Murray, big fan of the big fan. Yes, the fan, of course, made famous for Gordon Murray's downforce cars of the 1990s. And, of course, it's functional. It's functional downforce. Oh, here we go.
Now, check out this. Full carbon fibre Koenigsegg Jesko. How about that? It looks amazing in the sunlight.
It does look amazing. And the Jesko, we are 3.5, 4 million pounds. Are we looking at for one of those these days?
I think minimum, yeah. I think some are pushing near the 5s already, and it's still not, the whole production line hasn't even finished yet. And of course, you can get the two versions, the Jesko Attack with the wing like today, and the Absolute, which Zach Garage has actually brand his brand new one, the Absolute.
Brilliant. It's a bold choice for people like Zach and for people with these amazing car collections. You're having to pick, what do I bring to an event like this? Which car do I choose? I'm not in that fortunate position. It's not a concern I need to think about. But it must be difficult for some of these guys and girls to go, oh, do we take one of the F40s? Do we take a Zonda? Do we take a Koenigsegg Jesko?
Oh, absolutely. Normally I have to pick what's my meal deal every lunchtime. And these guys are picking what hypercar they're bringing. Different world, hey? Different world. But of course, we can all appreciate watching them today. And look at that for a view. Absolutely incredible here at Silverstone.
So we usually moan about traffic jams, don't we? But when you're looking at a traffic jam of this ilk, I'm quite happy to stare at that.
Another cool number plate right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how many of these drivers in their cars are feeling slightly frustrated about the fact that we're only rolling along here at low speeds. But of course, that is the deal for this particular session. It's not a session where we're able to push on and push hard, unfortunately. As much as we would love it, as much as I know you would love it watching at home, this is a session where we need to look after the cars. We've got an awful lot of very valuable cars out there at the moment, so we need to keep risk to a minimum. But there will be the occasional little squirts along some of the straights, so anyone that's here and trackside will be getting a beautiful earful of amazing sounds.
And there goes another T50. We've got the Dallara, the Mercy SV, DLS Singer, 812 Competizione Aperta. The list goes on. Here comes the Koenigsegg Regera and Pagani Huayra again. Look at the flaps coming up, the brakes. Of course, Premier GT following behind in the Veyron and 918. The sound of the Diablo as well. Wow. Proper old school.
It's a happy noise, that. Have we seen the Nevera?
I think we have, but it hasn't been up close yet. But this right here, the Maserati MC12, one of my favourite cars ever. 62 were made, 50 road cars, and 12 versions for the race, for the Corsa. Road cars are actually split into two productions, batches of 25 each. Believe it or not, the second batch were actually slightly shorter due to the FIA changing the rules. And currently Joe Macaria driving one around right now. Look at that, with an Aston Martin Valkyrie in front. And a Porsche 918 next to it.
That's a shot. That's a fantastic shot.
Oh, and there was Schmid 150.
Saw, yes,
there we go. He's on
the 12 cylindry, or 12 cylindry if we're going to be all British about it. Stunning looking car. A car, from a styling point of view, that has divided opinions. Some absolutely loving it. I am in that camp. I think it is an absolutely superb looking car. But some have taken a little bit longer to get to love the 12 cylinder, haven't they?
I think in the right spec. I think Tim absolutely nailed it with the colour choice. The same for his SF90XX here today. That green with the lovely gold pinstripe. I think I've always gone with supercars need to be in these bold, bright colours to really stand out. And of course on the screen right here, bright yellow 812 Competizione Aperta, an orange Mercy SV, and of course an orange SF90XX. These are what the hypercars should be in these bright, bold colours. Candy red, Koenigsegg Regera. It just looks amazing. Really stands out.
It does. And speaking of standing out, we mentioned the TWR Supercat. There it goes, just out of our screen there. But that, in comparison to these new hypercars, a car that, of course, was made famous, or the shape, I should say, made famous back in the late 1980s. So to see a recreation of that, styled by Kaiser Salim to look the way it does, surrounded by Veyrons and 918s and Sennas and P1s and Koenigsegg's, it's just superb.
Coming up here is the Koenigsegg 1-to-1. Of course, only 7 were made in the world, and believe it or not, it was the first ever megacar, a 1-to-1 power-to-weight ratio producing 1,341 brake horsepower. And of course, that's not the only Koenigsegg here today. We've got the old school ones, we've got the new ones, anything in between from Regeras, Jescos, CCR here on the screen, and to the 1-to-1.
It's such a special thing to see. I mean, the Koenigsegg's, they are 1 in 100, aren't they, in terms of hypercars that you might see. So to have such a collection here, it is a real spectacle. It's so, so special.
Check out this for a spec on the Lexus LFA. One of 2 only finished in this colour, a very, very bright green. You can't miss this car. Look at that.
It almost looks like it should glow in the dark.
It should. You reckon? I probably it does.
Maybe it does.
Amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. Oh, the whine there from the Valkyrie. What a noise.
The Valkyrie. The collaboration between Aston Martin and Red Bull with the advanced technology. Designed to bring Formula 1 to the road. Naturally aspirated Cosworth V12.
Another XJ220 there, that one owned by a good old friend of mine and ex-colleague, or I should say my old boss, Maximilian Cooper there from Gumball 3000. Lovely to see that car out on track. Not sure if it's Max behind the wheel, but great to see it. I shared an office with that car for a good few years in Notting Hill, so it's always nice to see it rolling around in its home habitat.
Now, talking about colours and specs, look at this Porsche Carrera GT in a dark blue. That's something you don't normally see. Normally Carrera GTs are in your silver and black, but blue, very cool, very nice. There it is, the Aston Martin Valhalla, the brand new Aston Martin Hypercar, kind of the baby version to the Valkyrie. Actually, the first time I've seen one driving about.
I was about to say, I think for many people, this will be the first time they've seen one actually getting a move on, which is pretty special. This is a car that is so, so, so new that customers will probably be just starting to get orders in. Those that are fortunate enough to be able to get, firstly, an allocation, and secondly, be able to get one ordered. They are now going to be arriving, but yeah, this will be its debut for many. Another fantastic number plate there on that Veyron Bug. I've just been handed a note actually about the Valhalla. It is the UK's public debut,
well,
so
there we go.
We can't get any more special than that, can we? We are here at the Supercar Driver SCD Secret Meet. We are the first people to be showing you that car out and about in public, and for that we're very, very thankful.
Well, that explains why I haven't seen one driving before. There we go. Amazing, and amazing for it to share the track with the Valkyrie, seeing both of Aston Martin's latest creations together. And of course, talking about Aston Martins, check out that Valor in the gold and full green carbon, one of 38, only about 11 UK cars.
It's an interesting looking car. That I love the styling, but again, it's one that's divided people, isn't it? Some people have really got a bit grumpy about the way that car looks, but again, for me, it throws back to the stunning boxy cubist cars of the 80s. So it speaks my language, but appreciate it's not for everyone. Now, from the commentary box, we can hear some very exciting noises. So it looks
amazing.
like,
that makes
that's
sense.
what it is. We can see what's happened. The traffic has built up, and that, of course, has allowed an opportunity for a bit of a squirt. So I'll tell you what, let's let the cars do the talking for a moment. Good selection of happy noises. Now, for those of you that are here, lucky enough to be with us here at Silverstone for the event, it is worth reminding you that from 1:30 we will be opening up the grid with these cars. They will be parked up on the start-finish line, and you'll be able to come out and have a walk around the cars. I will be there with a camera doing my best impression of Martin Brundle, walking up and down, trying to speak to as many interesting people as I possibly can. So if you're there, say hello, be polite. Sorry if I step on your toes, I'll get all the apologies out of the way. But yeah, very much looking forward to going out, getting up close and personal with some of these cars, maybe having a chat with some of the drivers as well.
And that's not any Bugatti Veyron right there, that is the Prototype 1, and you can see the air intakes from the side. Very rare to see.
Good spot.
And again, another Lanzante creation, the McLaren P1 HDK. Look at that big wing. Battle of the wings right here, the Valor, the Zonda R, and the P1.
Now, car rears. We all look at supercars, we look at photographs, we put them up as posters on our walls, and it does tend to be the front end of the car that we admire, maybe a side profile. But let's talk about rear ends for a moment, shall we, Josh? Is there a rear end here, out on track, that really kind of gets you going?
Well, there is, and I feel so annoyed to saying it, but can I say the Zonda again? It is the one car that has the theatre, has the flames shooting out, has that V12. Obviously, I love something like an F50. I think it's so nice and symmetrical, it works so well. But again, I don't know, if I had to name a car on the spot right here, right now, I'd say a Zonda.
That's fair. I have to say the AMG one, once that wing's up in the air, that is a good silhouette from behind. Fantastic looking thing. So we might have had a little technical. We do seem to have a Zonda that's parked on track. We can only assume there might be a little technical glitch with that.
Maybe you just heard what I said and wanted to get out of the car and thank me. I don't know. I keep going on about the Pagani Zonda.
He stopped for a static shot of his car.
Appreciating
so
it, absolutely.
Just admire it.
And look at this, copy and paste of the Ferrari F40.
That one there with John on the number plate. I know that car and I know that owner. It's Mr. John McGurk Performance Cars, a man famous, of course, for selling very many Aston Martin products, but yet cannot get rid of that F40 in his garage, and I can't blame him. Absolutely wonderful, wonderful thing. One of my all-time dream cars.
And also in front of us right there is the UK's first delivered Navara fully electric hypercar.
Yes, now that is the car that a few people in the comments have been mentioning, saying, is it there? Well, it is. There it is. It's worth pointing out. And yeah, a really special car. Probably not one that's going to be making a racket for obvious reasons. But yes, incredible to see it here. 1,914 horsepower, which is pretty bonkers.
Do you find it funny seeing a hypercar wearing a green plate because it's fully electric?
It is bizarre, isn't it? It is bizarre. Yes, otherwise seen on the likes of Tesla. But yes, a green striped number plate indicating that it is a zero emissions car, and now, yet one with nearly 2,000 horsepower.
Now this is a funny car, the Ford GT, their brand new one, and now for my content and what I do, I have this debate, is it a supercar, is it a hypercar? I understand it's a V6, but the looks of it, doesn't it?
That's for sure. And that active aero, the way that the car hunkers down when it's in track mode, it is such a special thing. And we're seeing more of this now, of course. You know, a lot of these new hypercars teamed up with hybrid systems means that we've got much smaller engines than we're used to seeing in these halo cars, but yet pushing out absolutely crazy power figures, more than we could ever hope for with even a 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12.
Maybe our debate is coming up. The Lexus LFA and Carrera GT just creeping on the screen.
there's another car we don't see very often. I think there are a small handful on the road here in the UK. I had to stop mid-sentence there because I just got the little ending song of an LFA going past, which is it's a sound not to be ignored.
Check out that for a variety right there. Amazing. And here we come, Gumball 3000 in the XJ 220, all liveried up.
Does look good, especially finished in white. Fantastic looking car. But it's about as 1990s as you can get, isn't it?
Oh, ooh. 599 GTO versus an LFA, Valkyrie versus a Bugatti Veyron Vitesse. What's not to love here at Secret Meet? What we got coming up here, we've got the McLaren 675 LT Spider, a Mercy SV, LaFerrari Aperta, Koenigsegg Jesko Attack, Porsche 918, a few Bugattis creeping across the screen right there. But again, like I said before, look at that purple carbon on the Koenigsegg Jesko Attack.
That wing is nothing short of ridiculous, isn't it? My goodness me, I know that it's functional downforce, but good lord.
And with a Koenigsegg Agera RS just following behind, one of 25 in the world. Amazing to see this one now UK registered.
That's a superb colour choice as well, isn't it, on that Jesko?
Absolutely fantastic. That is what a hypercar should look like.
Yeah, I agree. So a stunning traffic jam of Ferrari F40s making their way down what looks like the Wellington Straight. Being chased down by a LaFerrari and a Zonda.
So I know I keep going on about that Zonda, and just for the knowledge I have, let me give you some facts and figures about it. That is chassis 76133. It is a one-off 2017 Pagani Zonda Diamante Verde. It lived its life in pretty much Switzerland as a secret, and then got brought to Germany by Mechatronic, who have kindly brought it here today, and is nicknamed the Green Diamond. And if you do get a chance to look up close to this car, you'll see that kind of green carbon dust in the carbon. It's wild. It's wild how these hypercars don't just have normal carbon, they have like green gold dust. Can you believe it?
I know. I had a good look at the that glorious Zonda with the green flakes around the carbon, and it's a work of art. It really is. I mean, even in the most standard form, if I can say such a thing, they are just such beautifully put together cars. You can see it there. You can see it on camera. Those little spots of green just shining through. That's just stunning. In the flesh, in the carbon, I should say, it is even more spectacular. An absolutely fantastic bit of paint there.
And not just the looks, that 7.3 litre V12 from Mercedes, that is why I keep going on about the Pagani Zonda, and that is why it's still on the screen right now. Just look at that wing. Absolutely incredible. That 760 look, that it's like the crazy advanced version than like a Zonda F.
And of course the air scoop, so scooping forward, looking like the neck of Loch Ness Monster neck, you know, scooping out air and driving that down into the throttle bodies is absolutely fantastic. We might have overheard a bit of photography instruction there from the bridge. I apologise if that confused anybody. It wasn't us, I promise.
But here we go. Finally, what we've all been waiting for, to see the bigger picture, to see all these cars lined up together here at Silverstone to get that one big photo. Can we fit all these hypercars in? I know we've said a value of maybe up to 250, a quarter of £1 billion, 250 million. But can we fit all these hypercars here on the straight?
Well, Josh, I'm about to find out, because I'm going to head down to the grid now to perform my grid walk and have a walk through. So stay tuned if you're with us here on the live stream, watching from home. Stay tuned and you'll see me walking around that wonderful grid, and we'll see if we can find some exciting people to talk to, see what they brought along, and we'll be back with you in the commentary box a bit later on.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, I have made my way out of the commentary box and I'm now here on what is a very, very busy grid. And we're going to make our way through as good as possible, Martin Brundle style. I've planned nothing, I should point out. I don't know who we're going to bump into. There were a few people about 2 minutes ago that I saw that I really wanted to talk to, and they've now gone. So we can find some interesting people. There's people I've not already interviewed today, like Alex from DTO Engineering.
Hello.
Whilst we're here, though, we can admire this utterly glorious Zonda F. Zonda R, sorry. If you've been watching the live stream all day, you would have seen me poring over this a little bit earlier on. It is an absolutely spectacular thing to see. Maybe I'll just pick out some random people and ask them what they've driven here in, because, you know, we're SED members, right? So everyone's driven here in something fun. Maybe I'll just ask a random person like this man here. Hello.
Very random. Hi.
I'm just asking random people. What have you driven here today in?
Hurricane Evo.
Good choice.
Well, we're in the Paupers car park, not in the proper cars car park, so...
That's right, though, because it means you get to leave it there. Nobody's going to be scratching their handbags on it. You can walk around and look at these cars instead.
And have the salesman give me cards for things I can't afford, yeah.
On that subject, is there anything here that you've seen that you think, if I could just maybe borrow that for a long weekend, what would you pick?
Probably the Pagani, I think, if that's the correct way to pronounce it. I quite like that TWR Jag as well. I thought that sounded fantastic. Really good.
It is a superb sounding car. Yes, we'll try and find that through the grid. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Right, we spoke in the commentary box about the glorious GMA Gordon Murray Automotive T50, this beautiful centre driving position car. It's got a manual gearbox. It's got a manual gearbox. It's got a naturally aspirated V12. It sounds utterly spectacular, and it looks pretty good as well. But let's see if we can find some more people. We want people. We want voices. This is where people tend to scurry away. But we could potentially find somebody that might have driven here in maybe the most exciting car not on the grid here. And I can just point my microphone in the face of a stranger. Hello.
Hi.
What have you driven here today in?
Aston Martin Vantage F1.
F1 edition. Good choice. In the green?
Racing Aston Martin Racing Green, of course.
Superb. How's your day going so far?
Amazing cars. Weather's great. Beautiful people. Beautiful day.
It is, isn't it? I'm asking everyone I see, out of this lineup of cars you can see here on this amazing grid, if there was one you could just borrow for a long weekend, what would it be?
Do you know what? Controversially, probably an F50 for me. Poster car. I know the F40 gets all the plaudits, but F50 for me, I had it on the wall when I was a kid. You see it here. It's just nothing better. It's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And it's classic.
It is classy. We're clearly of a similar age because, of course, that is my poster car as well as a child. So very excellent choice. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Great to meet you. Thank you.
Right, we will continue battling our way through. We'll see if we can find anybody to talk to. Now, the Lotus Evija, I know in terms of cars that make noises, isn't going to be the one that's going to be rocking everybody's world, but we can't just walk past it because, of course, it is a spectacular looking car, and I think I might have found the man that's driving it. Gavin.
Hi, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Have you got the enviable task of driving the Evija around?
I got a terrible job. I had to get up at 5:30 to do this as well. So yeah, taking the Evija around, giving people some rides, and going to hang a straight at over 200 in this. So what a day, and the sun's shining.
It's a real spectacle. I mean, we've been talking in the commentary box all day about cars making exciting noises. Now, we know for a fact that there's going to be no big exhaust bark coming out the back of this, but it's still an exciting car, isn't it?
It sort of winds all your other senses up. There's obviously noise in the car from the motors and the inverters, so actually it's got a really high pitch noise that increases as your speed increases, but actually then you just focus on the driving, your lines, and just how quickly the speedo's going around at that point and how quickly you need to brake behind other cars. So no, it's great to see all these people, car enthusiasts, with so much, you know, precious metal on the grid here. So no, it's an amazing day and great to see everyone.
Brilliant. Well, I'll let you get back to it. No doubt you're going to do another couple of laps. Enjoy that, and yeah, see you again soon. A man there with an enviable job, because Monday to Friday tests Lotus products at Hethel, which is a pretty good day out, if you ask me. Now, we spoke about the poster car just now, the F50. We can't ignore it. What a beautiful, beautiful looking car. Absolutely stunning. Derived from F1. Many would say it is just a Formula One car with a shell put on top, and I'd be tempted to agree with them. Let's see if we can find some other interesting people to talk to. We are once again, I seem to be magnetised towards this Zonda with the beautiful flake green paint. Now, we talked about it in the commentary box. You can see it a little bit on the live stream, but have a closer look at this. If Johnny can get the sunlight reflecting through the lens, you will see just how amazing this car is. And the little accents of green elsewhere on the car looks absolutely superb. But we must soldier on. We've got many... Oh, here's somebody I can talk to. Here, I found Churro, who's a god amongst car event organisers, I'm going to say.
Oh, we do what we do. We love it. We bring people together, and this is great in the sunshine on the starting line of the Silverstone. Amazing, right?
It's pretty special. You have access to a fair few cars. What have you driven here today in?
I've come in the Corvette C8 today, roofs down in the supercar parking area. I've been able to experience the CCR manual, one of 14 from the PEG collection. But when you're out there, and I saw the Silverstone collection of F40s about 12, 15 years ago, but to be out there on the track with all these F40s, what an amazing accomplishment. Adam and you guys at SCD knock it out of the park every year. I've been a member, it must be 10 years now or more. I love it every year.
Fantastic. It is such a special event. We've been so blessed with this weather. Absolutely spectacular day. Great to see you. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you later on.
Cheers, mate.
Right. A line of F40s broken up only by a Koenigsegg CCR. We can forgive that. But let's see if we can find everyone else. As much as I love the sound of a Koenigsegg droning away, our microphone might explode if I get too close to it. Now here's a extreme choice SR3 from Radical. This is ultimately this. If we're talking track day cars, we are up there with the best of them. Utterly fantastic thing. And is anyone here driving the Radical?
This young lady here drove the car around, raced in our championship.
You must be Rachel.
Yes.
Rachel, talk to us about this amazing car and the environment of driving it here at Silverstone, which I'm guessing is a circuit you probably know fairly well.
First time here, actually.
You're joking?
No, first time I've driven around it.
So first time you've driven at Silverstone, in a Radical, surrounded by, we worked out nearly £250 million worth of hypercars.
Wow. I mean, yeah, it's definitely something I've not ever been a part of before. It's a very cool experience. I mean, a lot of these cars I've never come close to in real life, and just to be able to walk around all of them, just even go inside, it's just amazing.
It is. It's pretty heavenly, isn't it? Absolutely. Out of all the other cars that you've seen here today, if we can remove the Radical from the grid, is there one car, if you could just borrow for a long weekend, what would you pick?
Oh, I can't choose. I'd have all of them. I'd actually have all of them.
It's a fair answer. It's a fair answer. I don't think I could choose either. But good to see you. Thank you very much for taking some time to talk to us. We're going to fight our way further towards the back, see who else we can find. Have a great day. Now, I might venture towards the team from GTO Engineering, who are strategically stood beside a LaFerrari Aperta.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I mean, I'm walking down a grid surrounded by so many happy people and smiley faces and exotica like this.
We were literally just saying it's like a Vegas buffet. You don't know what, like pick your top 5, top 10, top 15, 20.
Yeah.
It's an amazing array they've pulled together, and a great day for it.
It really is. I'm going to ask you the impossible question then. One car for a long weekend, what would it be?
It would be a diesel Audi estate with it's got to be one of these, hasn't it? I mean, like nothing else.
It is. LaFerrari Aperta in black. It's stealthy, it's sleek, it's fast, it sounds amazing. Yeah, okay, fair choice. I'll let you crack on.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Oh, the special aspect of this grid just doesn't stop, does it? We've just had a conversation about a LaFerrari Aperta, and then behind that is a beautiful McLaren Senna, finished in a glorious flake. I wonder if I can maybe scoot round and have a quick chat with the driver, if he's up for it. Can I invade your privacy and say hello?
You can, yes. Yeah.
Now, we couldn't help but admire the beautiful paint on this Senna. What can you tell us about it?
It's an MSO colour. It's red. I can't remember the actual name of the red, but it is definitely an MSO colour from factory new, yeah.
It looks fantastic. It seems to...
Sunshine, isn't it? Brilliant, yeah.
Exactly that. On a day like today with the sun shining, it bounces all sorts of fantastic colours. Talk to us about the day. Have you been enjoying it?
Yeah, sure. It's a bit too hot for me. I've been trying to stay in the shade because it's a great day. Great day. There's so many cars here. It's unbelievable, really. Just unreal, yeah.
It is. You're absolutely right. Well, we'll let you sit in comfort. We'll get that air conditioning on for you in a second as well, and you can cool down. But thanks very much. Beautiful car. If anyone knows what the colour is in the comments, do let us know, because it is fantastic. It really is. Oh, here's another personality maybe I can talk to.
How are you, darling? You well?
I'm good, thank you.
I love this guy. What's happening? You well?
I'm very well. Now, Yanni, I'm glad to see you're here in the UK.
I am till the end of the year.
Oh, so it's the end of the year you're moving?
End of the year I'm moving, yeah.
Okay, so maybe we can convince you to stay.
The cars today can convince me to stay.
And look, this is Dubai weather.
But the problem is we don't have this weather all year round. We have this weather, if you're lucky, 1 month a year spread throughout the year. And I'm not going, well, I don't necessarily know I'm going to Dubai. I could be going somewhere else.
Fair. Okay. The plot thickens, ladies and gentlemen.
Great event, though.
Isn't it amazing? What have you driven here today in?
I come in 296 GTS.
Very good choice.
Chrome rose gold, very out there, very in your face. But it's for the tour, so.
Very good. That car aside, of all the cars you've seen on the grid here, if I could give you one for a long weekend, I can't say that I can, but if I could give you one for a long weekend, what are you choosing and why?
It's quite easy for me. It's the Aperta. I love that. I was lucky enough to drive one when I'd done a Bamiyang car. I remember I wrapped it in that holographic colour, which was great, but it wasn't an Aperta. I'm just a big fan of that car. I think it's a great car. And listen, there is some incredible machines here today, but that is a car that I do love.
Fantastic. I have to agree with you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Lovely to see you, as ever. Enjoy.
Take care. See you later, pal.
I've seen two other personalities that I want to grab, but they're running away, and I don't know if they can... F1 for me, absolutely. Yanni's got me sussed. I've done a bit of racing in a Ferrari, and therefore now I'm heading to F1. I wish. But I'm going to try my best to stop this very tall man here. Hello. Hello. Edwin Klinkenberg, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I hope you don't mind jumping on a bit of a live stream.
I don't mind at all. There's a lot of nice stuff here today.
Isn't there just? Now, viewers at home, you may recognise Edwin as one of two faces of Top Dead Centre. I did see the other face, but he's run away. He's run away. He's work shy. Here he is, Will. I wasn't calling you work shy, Will. Hello, Will. Very well. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Hot.
It is hot, isn't it? It is.
It's a little bit alien for us. We're not in a CD garage somewhere working on a £1,000 car. This is a bit nicer than us.
I bet there's not many of these cars that need putting back together tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll see. A little bit of oil on the track and we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, they all look pretty well put together. We've been having a look, and nothing here in budget for us at the moment.
No.
We'll throw some local offers out there, but you know, we're not sure.
I've never been on Facebook Marketplace before.
Right, there's a question for you both, because you both love a bit of Facebook Marketplace hunting. Who doesn't? Let's be honest. Of this lineup of cars on the grid, what's the first one that's going to end up on Facebook Marketplace?
Ooh, the Speed 12 is going to end up on the Camara owners group, listed wrong, with outriggers not done. Just needs a tune up. Seems to be running on 12, not 6. A little bit weird. Yeah.
Okay, and then maybe a slightly, I don't know, maybe an easier question, maybe not. If there was one car you could pick this entire grid that you've seen for a long weekend, Will Chandler, what would you pick?
Now, the long weekend is the bit that's ruined that, because I was about to say the Zonda R down there, but I still think I'd choose the Zonda R. It's road legal, therefore it's good. But that's my choice.
Fantastic. Are you both having a wonderful day?
Very, very much. There's a lot of childish screams coming out of us. We're not very good presenters, really. No.
Neither am I. Don't know why I'm here. Honestly, no idea. But here we are. We're all having a go at something, aren't we? Cool. What did you drive here in today? I'm guessing Lamborghini, Ferrari.
An X5, boring old X5. Ben also behind the camera X5, and then you're in a Range Rover. So we're fake. It's only for the camera. We do, no.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll enjoy everyone else's supercars. Lovely to see you, gents. Carry on what you're doing because it is utterly fantastic. I'll see you both very soon.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
We're doing okay. We've found a good selection. Amazing. None of us hit our head on that door. That would have been dramatic, wouldn't it? Let's see if we can find anybody else that we can talk to. Oh, look, we've talked about it so often. I have found somebody I can talk to. I have. I found somebody that I desperately want to talk to. And it's
What are you thinking? It's alright. If anything, we'll do a shot with it. No, sorry. No, they can't. Yeah, it's alright.
We've got a guard dog on the door. My boyfriend.
If anything, I'll pull it forward and let it know how.
And we are back on the grid. We have been asked very politely to clear the grid, but we're going to be cheeky. We're going to just stick around for a bit longer. We're going to admire some side profiles of some of these fantastic cars, including the gargantuan XJ220. These don't look all that big when you see them in pictures or on screen, but that is a pretty enormous car. It's resembles a aircraft carrier, really, doesn't it? Absolutely stunning thing. Let's see if we can find maybe somebody that's driving it. I'm going to intercept this conversation. Are we talking about the XJ220? Whose car is it? Well, let me. So you've stolen this XJ220 from a client?
Yeah, I have indeed, for today. Very nicely as well.
Is he? It's a trusting person, I assume.
They don't trust me at all. Not even a little bit. No, look, they thought they'd treat me for the day. I help look after their collection. They got a collection of a few cars, and we just came out for a nice day today. It's been nice to take it out, but yeah, it's not a track car. Can I just say that? This is not a track car. You need some muscles to get this thing round.
It's very true. It's a car that heralds all sorts of wonderful accolades. It was the fastest production car in the world, wasn't it, until that pesky McLaren came along and pinched it. But so you're saying it's an involving thing to drive, is it? Even on a parade like today?
She's not wanted me to drive her all day. There's been lights coming on, flicking on, the temperature gauge is going up and down, she's jerking around a bit. But in the end, I've got her round and she's really had a good day. But yeah,
absolutely agree with you. It's great to see we've got two here, haven't we? We've got yours and we've got Maximilian Cooper's from Gumball as well. I've seen that going around with the livery, looking fantastic. Well, I'll let you get back in because I know that we're being ushered off, but great to see you.
All right, and you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful car to see. Of course, of a similar age is the F40. The F40 is heralded as a true poster car, and for good reason. It is a stunning car. But the XJ220, it's worthy of mention. Now we'll see if we can scoop up anyone else that's making their way off the grid here, who might be willing to share a few words with us. We've got drivers getting back into cars. And we are back to where we started. We're at the front now of the grid with this glorious full carbon Zonda R. I don't mind just admiring that for a bit longer. It's absolutely superb. Unless I can intercept conversations like this one here and say, out of the three of you, who's bought the most interesting car to the SED Secret Meet?
Unfortunately, I don't think any of us have bought any cars. Unfortunately, we'd absolutely love to own one of these, but maybe one day. We supply number plates, so I've supplied quite a few of the number plates.
Got it. That must be quite fun to see.
Yeah, no, put it that way, supplied and just walking past thinking, oh yeah, so it's quite a buzz, quite thrilling, so quite a few of the cars on the grid and stuff like that we've supplied, so yeah, it's all fun and games.
Brilliant. Potentially impossible question. I'll ask each of you, if you could pick one car on this grid, borrow it for a long weekend, what are you picking?
Bugatti Chiron. There's one right answer, and it's the 8C.
Koenigsegg Jesko has to be, and he's funny. He's a client of mine as well. So I don't think it'd say no to a weekend with it. But
three very different answers. Big respect for the 8C, but yeah, three fantastic choices. Gents, you can.
You take home.
It would be an F40 for me. Childhood dream car. Thank you for asking that.
Yeah, absolutely a great choice, and there's a few here, isn't there? Absolutely fantastic, nice one. Thank you very much, guys.
No worries, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hello, good to see you. You well? Yeah, very good. Having a good day?
I'm having the best day ever. Yeah, with so many YouTube celebrities here. So we've got a small YouTube channel, and we're just trying to bump it up by using other people.
Nothing like a live stream to do that. Go on then, give it a plug.
Warford Cars, YouTube. We've got a small dealership in South Manchester. Get us to 10,000 subscribers, please.
The rest is down to you. I can't influence for legal reasons, but you heard the man. Right, we're going to venture our way back. We'll see if we can scoop up anyone else before these cars get rolling again. The last thing I want to do is get in the way. But I might also be a little bit selfish and stick around and listen to these cars making their way off the grid. Because it's not very often you get to see and hear such a collection of cars. But I have spotted another personality that I quite like to talk to. I know this man. I know this man very well. We've done, Yanni, a very quick hello because we're just about to shoot back to the studio. Lenny Howlett, how are you doing?
Good, how are you? It's nice to see you.
It's lovely
From the
to see
Gumball
you.
Days, like years ago, we had our own secret meets at Krispy Kreme Donuts, didn't we?
We did. There's the throwback for you. Quickly, one car from that grid you could take for a long weekend.
There isn't any Escort Cosmos on there, is there? I'm at the wrong event. I'm sorry. Look, any Revuelto. Look, I love the Hypercar stuff, but I'm a Lambo guy. The Lamborghini Revuelto, that's my favourite car at the moment. Love it.
Fair play. We're going to leave it at that. Thank you so much. We're not going to leave it at that. I've been told to not leave it at that. We can keep talking. What'd you have for breakfast today, Lenny?
God, it surely hasn't got that bad, has it? What an amazing event, though. So I've been coming to these Supercar Driver events. I've been lucky enough to come to these secret events for years now. Back with Donington, and they're absolutely fantastic. I mean, the level of cars here, it's brilliant. And we've all done the right thing with the praying for the sunshine, and it's been absolutely perfect, isn't it?
I did bump into Lenny out there. Yanni, sorry.
My Greek brother.
My brain. Yanni out there on the grid. And we were joking about the fact that he's toying with the idea of moving to Dubai. And I was like, well, look, it's here. The weather's here.
Why? It's beautiful here. The country is, going through something at the moment. Some might say that it's not in the right place, but it's our place. You know what I mean? We need to make it better.
Absolutely right. Well, I'll stop putting you on the spot now. I'll let you crack on. Good to see you. We're going to make our way down the pit lane and admire some of these cars. Good to see you, El. Now, I had a chat earlier, you'll see in some footage coming later, with some of the team from Woodcote and Copse, who've brought down a selection of amazing cars, including that iconic Evija, the yellow Evija that we looked at out on the circuit. And I mean, look at this, for a pit walk, this is absolutely sensational, including... we have to just point out this McLaren. The 12C GT Can-Am edition. I don't think I've ever seen one in real life. And what a location to see one. Whoever is driving that today is having a very, very good day out. And you can hear there, possibly in the background, the cars are firing up. Maybe we can sneak up and have a look at the cars leaving the line. There'll be a fair few drivers, I'm sure, who'll be very happy to be back in the car with air conditioning on. Of course, the one thing that you can't experience that we can here is the smells that we've currently got coming off of this grid, because there's a lot of high-octane fuel here ticking over on the grid. Got the social media team there doing a fantastic job filming the cars down the centre of the grid. And what a spectacle. Absolutely fantastic. Now, usually with some influential power, I should be able to get some cars revving, but of course the people in the cars can't necessarily hear my commentary. But it would be wonderful to hear a few of these cars. Maybe I can coax this M600 Noble into giving us a few revs. If he looks in the right direction, I don't know if we're going to get him. We'll try. I could be battling a different war, a difficult. Is that what you call manifesting? Because I didn't prompt that. That just happened. That just happened. Now there's a positive sound. That's the sound of the marshal's whistle that signifies the clearance of the grid. It means the cars are going to start rolling along here. Now let's just enjoy this. Well, how was that for a symphony of sound? A collection of V12s, V10s, straight sixes, absolutely sensational stuff. We really hope you're enjoying the live stream here from the SCD Secret Meet 2025 here at Silverstone. For now, we're going to have a short break. We'll cut to a VT and we'll be back in the commentary box a little bit later on. Thanks for joining.
You asked and we listened. Our first naturally aspirated Heroes trilogy went down so well that we couldn't resist doing it all over again. We've trawled through your comments and narrowed it down to 3 more of the greatest naturally aspirated engines ever built. This time, we're highlighting Porsche's legendary Mexico Flat 6, AMG's savage 6.2 litre V8, and Lamborghini's iconic V12. So join us again over the next 3 weeks. It's going to be a noisy ride. We couldn't believe the response to our first naturally aspirated Heroes trilogy. So, here we are again with the first of another very special trio. This is one that, for me, probably should have been in the first batch because it's one of the most legendary of them all, and the comments seem to second that. You'll already know from what you're watching in the background that it's time to celebrate Porsche's Metzger Flat 6. Hans Metzger designed engines for Porsche all the way back to the 60s, but he's most well known for his Motorsport drive motors that were wedged into the back of the 996 and 997 GT3 models. Today, we're in North Wales in a very kind SCD member's 997 GT3 RS, sporting a 3.6 litre Metzger and, like they all did, a manual gearbox. Yep, that's a recipe for a good day.
You'd be pleased to know that yes, we do read the comments. We love reading the comments, in fact. But there's something that keeps cropping up time and time again from quite a lot of you. You've all wanted to get the 6.2 litre engine from Mercedes on the channel. As the most powerful naturally aspirated engine on sale in 2010 at 563 horsepower and 650 newton meters of pure
So the circuit has gone live once more with our final motorsport demonstration. Still to come, we've got another Hypercar track session and then the Supercar Driver members towards the end of the day. Lots of track time afforded to them, understandably, quite right too. So it's our final chance to wallow. It's also a final chance to see if we've got anything else that's crept out. Well, there should be, because Alex Ames, I've just seen at the wheel, as he promised, of the Ferrari 512, the Espíritu Montjuic Spanish team car of the Junqueira Sala family, but with glorious weather bearing down on Silverstone and high temperatures, many of the drivers in closed cars will be desperate for some fresh air come the end of this, even if it's only a half-hour stint. Stuart Hall then at the wheel of the Ferrari 550, coming now out of Woodcote, past the pits, down towards Copse Corner. He did have a half spin when we had the cars on track earlier on in the day in session 2. In fairness, he was avoiding somebody else that turned in on him. So Stuart said, I just had to stand on everything given the value of this car. And as a consequence of that, it had a half spin, but it was safer to do that than risk any contact. Through the Beckett's S's then now, and you can see the driver hard at work. Stuart Hall then heading towards Hanger Straight. Hanger Straight beckons for the Ferrari, which was a ProDrive built car with the investment of Frederic Dorr, the French race and rally driver, built by ProDrive back in February 2001. It was the second 550 Maranello that was built, run by Care Racing, and then they ran it in the Petit Le Mans and Sebring 12 Hours in 2001, and then Scuderia BMS Italia took over the car and ran it in the FIA GT Championship. Well, it had 14 wins. It was a championship winning car. It won the Spa 24 Hours, Fabrizio Golin, Luca Capellari, who for a time was the lap record holder at Alton Park, rather randomly, in a Formula 2 car, and Enzo Calderari, and his partner, Lillian Brinner, who, in all the talk of female racing drivers, rather gets unfairly forgotten about, because Lillian Brinner was a very handy show jumper to begin with, turned racing driver, when she got together with Enzo Calderari, who had raced for Tom Walkinshaw in Jaguar XJS's. The car that Rob Huff is driving, for example, is of the period that Enzo Calderari was a TWR touring car racer. But he went into GT racing in its early days. Lillian Brinner joined in, and the pair of them used to race a Porsche and then this Ferrari, and they won the Spa 24 Hours, and it was Capellari and Golin that then won the what was then FIA GT Championship. So it's a very storied car, and there were quite a few of the Ferrari 550s run out of different teams that championed FIA GT racing of the time, up against Chrysler Vipers and the Lister Storm as well. I thought I'd seen a Lister, it might be outside the BRDC building, but of that period, these were the cars, and then he gradually had Aston Martin joining in as well. But Stuart Hall really giving this car a shakedown, makes his way down towards Copse Corner. It's owned by Carlos Monteverdi, and as the GT movement continues, giving that car some welcome track time. We've got there Henry Heerman in Mark Sumter's 934. Paul Bailey is in the McLaren 12C Can-Am Special Edition. And that is the Nick Maton Lamborghini going through, but not in its period colours. That is the Aston Martin of Graham Davison, British GT champion, and a car that he took to the title, but that started off in GT racing under the banner of the Oman Racing Team when that was promoting Ahmad Al-Hafi's career, now of course a WRT BMW driver, but the Oman Racing Team was initially run by Motorbase, then by TF Sport, and Ahmad Al-Hafi and then Johnny Adam got together to advance the whole project. But this chassis then went to what was called Jetstream Motorsport. Graham Davison and Maxime Martin drove it within British GT. The car also has raced in Britcar, the long-distance British club races, but it did also race at Le Mans, not in the 24 Hours, but in the Aston Martin support race, which takes you back quite a long time. But so many of the owners wanted to race on the circuit. It saw service in that. Graham Davison, British GT champion a few years back, not raced for a while, starting to come back out again, and is looking to enjoy the rest of his day with the GT3 spec Aston Martin Vantage. Onto Hanger Straight he now goes. This session that is due to run again for half an hour will take us roughly to 16:30. Maybe we're a little bit behind that now, maybe about 1650 perhaps. But this is the view coming out of Stowe Corner, the Aston Martin, which became an increasingly popular car, and almost every season you found Johnny Adam with a different customer and winning races, winning titles, whether it was Graham Davidson or Andrew Howard or Derek Johnston. Just up the road ahead there is the 2011 Endless Advan team BMW. Might be able to focus on that car as the Aston Martin goes past it, but the BMW is worth looking at from the Super Taikyu Championship. It won that in 2015. It's a car of Yukinari Taniguchi, Kaisuke Minyo and Yuya Motojima. Jack Tetley at the wheel of it. He is the owner. It's a Rothko prepared car. It's good to see these Z4s in sort of non-European colour schemes, because perhaps those were the championships like Blancpain or British GT that we're more familiar with over here. But to find cars from Asia in different colour schemes, always more brash a paint job, it's quite impressive. The Z4, which somehow became a GT car because there wasn't really a closed-top car that was ever going to make a GT3 car, but it was allowed in, and they were greatly successful, whether it was through in Europe Schubert or Mark VDS or the Vita 4-1 team that Michael Bartels was running cars under the banner thereof. Graham Davidson's Vantage then coming up towards the line. Now, this car is the Can-Am Shadow, which we weren't expecting to see. It is on no entry list, and I'm trying to work out who's driving it, but it's great to have it. It might well be Kyle Tilley, because it was in his area of the paddock, but the Shadow Can-Am car that Don Nichols was the creator of, and the Shadow then went into Formula One. By this stage, Can-Am cars were all about huge engines, 7 or 8 litres. They were fuel guzzlers, and eventually it was a petrol crisis that rather affected the championship. But Shadow then deviated into Formula One. But the final generation of Can-Am cars with the huge rear wing, with the engine sticking out in the breeze, they were spectacular to say the least, and thrilled American and Canadian race fans particularly. Great circuits for them. We've got a flag being waved there, look, coming on to Wellington Straight. But Can-Am was sort of McLaren dominated in the early 70s, and then towards the end of the category was when Porsche came along with a 917-10 and had mega boost figures and just blew everybody else off into the weeds. But the Shadow was a handy kit, and it is Carl Tilley at the wheel. It'll be driven quite swiftly, that's for sure. This is Mark Sumter at work in his 911 GT2 Porsche, the 993 era of the car. Coming down through Brooklands. If you find anything that's not a Porsche that Mark has raced, you're doing very, very well, because he's had so much success in them over the years. He's a used Porsche dealer, and very, very accomplished in them. Jan Magnussen is behind him in the Lola T70 Mark 3B, a 1969 car, Eric Broadley design, going through on the inside line. There in the Fat Turbo Express livery is Mark Sumter. This is him at work. Making that run now onto Beckett's S's. And Mark Sumter in a car that Jean-Pierre Jarier raced at Le Mans, that was also successful in the BPR races that then morphed into FIA GT. A good history of that, and it's another car that is increasingly active in the historic GT movement. We've been talking to Sean Lynn and Motor Racing Legends about his category. Peter Auto runs historic GT races abroad as well, and this car from the 1995 to 1999 period. Jesus Pereira also got involved in driving this, the Spanish driver who's still behind effectively the International GT Open Series. What else have we got? More Astons, 007 from the American competitions. I think it's the DN4 Shadow, incidentally, that we were looking at it earlier. This car, the Ford GT3, from sort of 2007, 2008, the FIA GT3 European Championship was in full swing by then. The car, very successful in the hands of Thomas Much, built by Matek, run by Martin Bartek's team, the late Martin Bartek, but it was then loaned to Reader Motorsport, and they ran it in 2009. It took pole position, in fact, this car, for the Nürburgring 24 Hours that year, when it was driven by Hermann Tilke, Dirk Adolf, Mark Henrici and Thomas Much, and it was battling for the race lead. It was up against the Porsche of Marc Lee, Romain Dumas, Marcel Thielemann and Timo Bernhardt, they were the four drivers, and then it got caught up with a back marker and the Ford spun. So that was the end of the winning dream for Nürburgring. But Fred Shepherd is the driver. The Shepherd family have always raced big, hairy Ford-powered cars, and the Ford GT3, which was a not overly Ford-blessed effort, it was all run by Matek, but you can see the nod to the GT40, and you can also see where ultimately the factory-backed Ford GT for the GTE era came from. That was a few years in the future by that stage, but the shape was pretty much the same. Stuart Hall, meanwhile, is still hurtling on in the Ferrari 550. Let's just go on board with him as he turns his way now up through the right-hander of Stowe, and seeing that he's heading down towards the end of Vale, let's go on board and not only watch, but let's listen in, because it's a glorious sounding car. Hanging about in this car. Just bear in mind it's worth about €7.5 million now, so there's some serious money under his right foot there. Let's go back on board up towards Beckett's now. Stuart Hall running in traffic as rather befits a GT race. There's cars all around you, but wonderful sounding car. Stuart, who was a very quick single-seater racer, went into sports cars. These days tends to be not only a driver coach, but do some GT racing as the pro with the Ami. Looks after the exploits of GT racer Benji and his Formula 2 brother Oliver Goethe. Looks after the Rofco collection, the Gulf Livery collection. His father, Peter Hall, was a great saloon car racer in the 70s and 80s, and had lots of successes, so good racing blood is in Stuart Hall. Marathon runner par excellence as well. Comes on to Wellington Straight now. More Porsche Audi traffic there. Look, including the 934. That's the car being driven by Lee Maxted Page, just coming in the Audi. And that was a car that WRT ran in Spa 24 Hours, where it was second in the FIA GT1 World Championship. Now, by that stage, you got to a point where there were so few proper GT1 cars, they had to have GT3 in it to keep the category alive, and eventually it was parked. There's the 934, 935, or 934/5. Salim Maxed Page at the wheel of this 1977 car. It was one of 10, the last, in fact, of 10 factory-built 934/5s, initially through Vasek Polak, the Porsche dealer in the States. It raced in Trans Am, it raced in IMSA, and in the 1978 Sebring 12 Hours. 3-litre engine, 485 brake horsepower, flat 6. Ron Brown was the first driver to race it. Cliff O'Kearns then took it on, and it was really from the 930 turbo it was based on, the road going 930 turbo, and it was built for Group 4 regulations with that massive rear wing. But you look at that and you can instantly see where the 935 was coming from. Perhaps the 935 is the one Porsche with very little in terms of the 911 front to it, far squarer, but that's definitely got a 911 front, but the massive rear wing making it look more like the 935 that came along, certainly the Moby Dick version. The Zycle Motorsport 996 just going through on the inside. If we have a look up the road, you'll see the 996. Got the Radical there, the black one in the hands of Ross Elliott. James Pinkerton's got another Radical SR3 out on track. And there is the Zycle Motorsport car in 2004 Le Mans colours. There it is. So that's the Tony Burgess, Andrew Bagnall, Philip Collin car of that era. Seb Perez behind the wheel of it. And another 3.6 flat six engine car. Peter Zycle was a successful team owner initially in touring car racing, and then as there was no European touring car series to speak of, he went into GT racing like so many teams, and was another that was able to run these massively successful turnkey 911s, whether it was the 993 iteration or this rather sort of smoother, more aero-friendly 996. And these were the cars that rather propped up GT at Le Mans for season after season after season. The Advan livery, a nod to the tyre supplier of the time, because in that era GT tyres were free, part of the Yokohama brand, but Tony Burgess was a regular with Zycle. He drove for them in 01 and 03 and 04. This car was also driven in 2002 at Le Mans by Luca Drudi, the significance of which is what? Well, it was his son, Mattia, that put an Aston Martin on pole position in GT for this year's Le Mans. So another family affair. The car was 11th back in 2001 at Le Mans, when Tony Burgess and Andrew Bagnall were joined by the Moroccan driver Max Cohen-Oliver, who always used to find something to race at Le Mans. So it is a car with a good pedigree, and as I say, was another car with many a season on track at Le Mans. Behind is the Radical of Ross Elliott, one of the SR3s that we've got. Now, looking around, inevitably on a day like this, some cars come and go during sessions. I was rather hoping the Renault 5 Turbo, the Super Tourism car of Eric Comas, might be there, but it's not, I'm afraid, gone out again this afternoon. The Radical, though, takes the modern generation of sports car racing. These cars, of course, with their own championship, although, again, go back to the early noughties. Radicals were running at Le Mans, not this car, but the brand. Then the company sort of changed its strategy a little bit. The pit lane's still busy with lots of Supercar Drivers road cars getting ready for the next session. What else do we have? Lee Maxted Page at 911 up the road there. Lee Maxted Page, who of course is a great Porsche preparer, and he's got another of the 996 shape cars. I'm not entirely sure, Zach Brown's gone back out, but we do there have the Zytek, which is the car that Alfie Briggs has been driving all day. Type of car that Andy Wallace, Stephanie Hansen, David Brabham were prodigiously rapid in, but so many people race these, and also so many people kind of took the concept and then moved it on, whether it was as a Morgan by name or something else. It was that era of freedom, if you like, in sports car racing regulations for what had begun as LMP 675 into LMP2, and it grew from there. The Zytek 3.4 litre 540 brake horsepower car. We do have Zach Brown's 962. There it is, in fact, in the Blaupunkt livery. So heading up through the loop now. Now, whether or not Zach Brown is still driving it, I can't tell you. He was here, having gone from Le Mans to Canada and back. I'm not sure who else they would put into the car, so trying to peer into the cockpit. I confess I'm not doing a very good job, but I'm not seeing anybody else connected to the car that might jump on board. Price Cobb was successful with this car in America. I think James Weaver drove it with great success as well, so it has a good track record. I think it's Zach Brown's crash helmet, but it's rather hard to gauge. But when I spoke to the team earlier, they didn't suggest that anybody else was here to drive it. They were only talking about Zach, so it is possible that he's made friends over the day, put somebody else in it. But for the moment, let us assume that it is Zach Brown at the wheel. It was a car that won on its debut in the 6 Hours of Riverside back in 1986. It was a car that won at Watkins Glen in 1987, and then in Miami and Charlotte and Sears Point the year after. So the 962, which the American regulations dictated the birth of, really. They wanted the driver's legs behind the front axle, so in order to achieve that, Porsche had to rework the 956 to a degree that it wasn't really the same car anymore. So the 962 was born, and it continued to have great success. We've not got it on track for this session, but if you have a look, if you're here, go into the pit lane or the paddock, and you'll see the Momo liveried car from the mid-90s. So there you start to see how the move to greater aero was taken. Now they're the Sauber Mercedes, which takes you back to around 1988-89. The car in the hands of either Jeff Page or the car's owner. Let's have a look. It should be Chris Rowe, I think, is going to drive the Sauber Mercedes. Comes onto Hanger Straight now, and as it does so, another car that was part of that great explosion of Group C. More and more manufacturers coming in, and eventually prompting a full-blown attack from Mercedes. It was a car that Kenny Atchison drove, it was a car that Jochen Mass drove, and Mario Baldi drove, and was rapid indeed in the 1989 Group C season. Jean-Louis Schlesser was another of the formidable drivers of that car. Mark Sumpter's Porsche has gone back out. And Mark Sumpter coming up through the Beckett's S's. Remember, you're going back here to round about 1994-95 with the 911 GT2 Porsche. Let's go on board and do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit here. I think the session is being interrupted, sadly, so Mark Sumpter is going to head to the pit lane, and we'll see whether or not there is going to be a resumption, because they had quite a chunk of time. There's the Zach Brown 962 going past the wing. See if we can find the Sauber. There it is. It was a Leo Ress, Heine Marder, Peter Sauber creation with all of their different skills of finding a budget, finding the design, finding the engine. 5-litre V8 twin-turbo Mercedes engine. And the car heading now up towards the completion of its in-lap. I think I've said Mauro Baldi, Jean-Louis Schlesser, Jochen Mass, drivers of that car. And the Porsche that we have lost is Lee Maxted Page's 934/5. So it's not damaged, it's just ground to a halt. So that car is going to be towed out of the way, and as soon as the road is clear, we'll be back in business. There is the 924 GTR sitting in the pit lane of Andrew and Mark Donaldson, another American-based car. The Zytek, we've seen quite a lot of, there it is, reflecting how from the Group C Jaguar behind it, sports car racing had moved on. And Harvey Briggs goes down the pit lane, lights on red, but he's going to queue up and get ready to go back out. Silverstone rescue team working wonders today to make sure that the road is clear as quickly as possible and to get things going. After this, we've got the Hypercar track session, 45 of them together, which promises to be very special indeed. I know many of you are here for the road cars more than the race cars, but the Hypercars, mightily impressive. Right, everybody else is trickling down the pit lane at the moment. That's the scene looking down from the gantry over the Heritage pit straight. In just a few weeks' time, it'll be all eyes over on the wing pits and the Hamilton Straight for the British Grand Prix. Down the pit road then comes Mark Sumter with his Paragon colours on the crash helmet. One of Mark's regular co-drivers in early Porsche days and teammates, Adrian Slater, father of Freddie, doing great things currently in Formula 3 and GB3. And the car is going to head to the garage, so that might be it for the day. Just they going into the garage, in fact, a car we've not seen on track, the ex-Dicky Stoop 9046 that Adam Richting was going to drive, but that car hasn't ventured out all day. Great shame, because it's nice to see very early Porsches, but that car has not been on track. So for the moment, the session is interrupted, and we'll see how much longer it's going to be to move that 934/5 out of the way. Mark Sumter certainly looks like he's done. And still the paddock here at Secret Meet, very, very busy, not only with people and cars, but also business being done. There are quite a few auction houses here. There are lots of companies with their products for making the cars look even smarter or safer, whether it's improved suspension, whether it's a wrap, whether it's car polish, you name it. There are so many different traders here. So the paddock, a very, very busy place indeed. There's also special areas of different cars. You kind of think that all the competition cars are going to be on track. No, there are more hidden away for demonstration purposes. So every time you turn around, you find more delectable cars. So the motorsport session then back live. I think we've just got the Ford GT going back out, so we're not going to have too many more minutes, I wouldn't have thought, but we'll see who does venture back out. Only one car, I think, so far. Fred Shepherd's Ford GT has gone back out. So what we might do, just while we see if anybody else is keen, is to... There is the Ford GT. I was going to say we might have a short break, but we could follow the Ford for a lap, couldn't we? Because it makes a good throaty noise. So onto Hanger Straight it comes. You see off the stickers on the side of the car, the DECRA and the ADAC number panel. It was a car that served not only Nürburgring 24-hour duty, but also German GT. The German GT3 Championship was in its infancy in that era, but decided to come on strong. And it was a proper retro shape there. I mean, it was very, very competitive against modern GT3 machinery, but with a real nod to the history of the car for the GT40. You can see the shape built into it, and like I said earlier on, then you take this and move it on a stage forward with all the aero that Ford as a factory put on the car for the GTE program that brought them back to Le Mans. Right, anybody else venturing out of the pit lane? I think this is just about it for the time being. So what we might do is leave Fred Shepherd alone for a moment, and here on the stream at Secret Meet, we'll have a quick break.
Torque. This engine remains the landmark for when engine designers had free rein to flex their muscles. Bigger was just better. Welcome back to the final episode in our latest three-part series celebrating our favourite naturally aspirated supercars. Over the past two series, we've covered a number of different size combinations, from big grunty German V8s, a high-revving flat six, Ferrari's wailing V8 and a howling Lambo V10. But now, I think what we need is more. More capacity, more cylinders, and more power. Time to bust out a V12. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Murcielago SV.
McLaren 675 LT was one of the most surprising cars I've ever driven. Now obviously I expected it to be good, but it was better than good. I described it as a Cayman on steroids, which I meant as a serious compliment. It had that brilliant steering and fantastic balance you get with a Cayman, but with the added benefit of savage power. Not only that, but on the outside it just looked perfect in my eyes. Then the 765 LT came along as its successor, and on paper I wasn't really sold. The press shots didn't do it for me, and I thought it looked overdone compared to the elegant 675. But in the flesh and out on the road, it is just about the wildest looking thing you can imagine. It has so much presence, and would you just look at that colour. MSO defined Lantana purple if you're interested. But can the driving experience prove me wrong that it just has too much power? Well, there's only one way to find out. This should be an interesting one. And that's where I feel is probably a good time to hand over to Jonty, who I imagine screaming at the top of his lungs right now. Before we get going, I feel we need to apologise for being a little quiet over the last few months. But today, we're back with a bang, celebrating two of the most intoxicating track-focused supercars of the modern era. The Porsche 991 Gen 2 GT3 RS and the McLaren 675 LT. Both very generously loaned to us by SCD member Lee after he took them both on our Alps tour just a few weeks ago. Both cars have now been replaced by faster and more technically accomplished models, but both are firmly cemented as legends of their time, and one especially is firmly cemented in Lee's garage for good. They represent two very different approaches at the shared goal of going very fast around a circuit and putting the driver right at the heat of it all. One assaults the centres with razor precision and a wailing soundtrack. The other takes a haymaker to your face with pure power, which you're always fighting to tame. Let's start with what's been the default choice in this sector for the last 7 years, the GT3 RS.
Ferrari. A name that ignites the soul with visions of speed, artistry, and passion. A mark that doesn't just build cars, but crafts masterpieces destined for greatness. And yet, there are moments when Maranello dares to reach even higher, to create a machine that defines an era, a true icon. Today, amidst the cold, crisp winter air and the sweeping hills of North Wales, we take 3 of these icons, 3 special edition V8s, and put their legacy to the test.
Since 2003, the GT3 RS badge has stood for the most track-focused 911 Porsche can get away with putting number plates on. Each generation has pushed the limits of performance with ever more aero and technology to defy the laws of physics. Today, we've brought together the 3 most recent generations of GT3 RS. (997), (991) and (992). All in their original Gen 1 guise to explore how Porsche's ultimate track-focused 911
So, Motorsport session done, and we've got 2 more track sessions to go at 16:40-ish. Supercar Driver members. Next, though, Hypercars take to the track. They are under strict instructions to not exactly misbehave, but to be quick and to be noisy. And so what better way to enjoy a Hypercar track session than to let the background noise for all of this be the car noise. You don't need words, you just need the sound. That is what Hypercars are designed for. There is something like 20 minutes or so of Hypercar track demonstration time afforded to them. Right, enjoy the sight, more importantly, enjoy the sounds.
involved. We'll compare them on British B roads because they're primarily road cars after all, and try to choose our own sweet spot of the GT3 RS lineage. Three cars, three surprisingly different approaches to the track-focused road car brief, but the question is, does more aero and tech mean a better driving experience? Let's find out. Turn up your speakers because today is going to be a noisy one. Echoing through the hills of North Wales, we've brought together three modern classics which we think are often overlooked while their even more expensive siblings hog the limelight. In our opinion, they're all good places to put your money in their own right. Whether it's down to their engine, their rarity, or the cult following, we can only see them going one way in time to come. But most importantly for those of us behind the wheel, these cars feature some of the most special, visceral, characterful engines ever put in the front, middle or rear of a motor car. We've even managed to pull together matching specs to make the video as appealing to the eye as it is to the ears. So, without further ado, let's get out onto some of the best roads in the country and give these cars and their engines the celebration they deserve.
We love the noughties, and we especially love cars from the noughties, like these, the Ferrari F430 and a Lamborghini Gallardo. This was a time at the very beginning of the motoring technological revolution, a time when driver aids were less restricting, leaving supercars like these as a more analogue experience. For this film, we've got two old rivals back together 20 years later in North Wales to see how they stack up against each other in the modern world.
Every year, the Secret Meet brings some of the world's most incredible cars to one place at the same time. Now, the evening before the main event, we had just a short window to film a couple of cars on a closed track. But choosing our contenders, well, that was a bit like going to a pick and mix stand and being told you can only have 2 sweets. Rain threatened to scupper our plans altogether, and we didn't actually know what we'd be driving until we pulled into the pit lane about 5 minutes before go time. But I'd say everything worked out because we ended up with 2 of the ultimate topless hypercars of their eras.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the show carries on. We are still here at Silverstone for the Supercar Driver Secret Meet of 2025, and what a day it has been. And it's long from over yet. We've still got sessions of Supercar Driver member cars going out onto the circuit, which we will see very, very shortly. An array of exotic machines, no doubt. And in a little bit, we will hopefully, fingers crossed, be joined, I will hopefully be joined here in the commentary box by some special guests. So stick around for that, and we will bring you plenty more content and conversation from what has been, I'm fairly sure, the hottest ever secret meet. Absolutely spectacular weather here. Of course, if you are still joining us on the live stream, if you're still watching, then keep the comments coming. We've loved reading your comments all day today. It's been great to see what you've had to say about the event. And as ever, if there is anything you want us to focus on the track, let us know in the comments. But as you can see there, the session is going live now. So the procession of Supercars and Hypercars is heading out onto the circuit on what is now a red hot circuit. The weather today has been absolutely phenomenal. So here we are, out on track for the last time today. The Supercar Driver members cars out on some spirited parades. And the two leading cars almost, dare I say it, as bright as the weather. I'll stop talking about the weather now. We're not on Zoom call. We all know it's good. I have to say, if there's a car that I've not been expecting to see out on track as much as I have seen today, it is that glorious Zonda R. I think you can hear it there in the background. Absolutely spectacular looking thing, and wonderful to see it driven at pace. And there it is, the Zonda R with those beautiful gold wheels, looking utterly superb. And we've been talking about sounds all day today. Preferred sounds, favourite sounds. This Zonda R has been a firm favourite for many of us here at Silverstone. And that is why, with that glorious burst of flames coming out the back as well. As we have been doing throughout the day, the one thing I don't want to do is get in the way of these spectacular noises. So I'll keep an eye on the thread of comments on the live stream, and for now, let you enjoy some of these amazing sounds. So as you might have noticed, we are bringing this session to a short pause just to help a stranded vehicle. No issues there at all. It just looks like it might have lost a bit of power and is going to need some help getting back to the pit lane. But luckily, I have been joined in the commentary box by Adam Weller. How are you doing?
I'm okay, thank you very much. I have never attended an event quite like this, I must say. I've been able to go to a great many competitive-centric motorsport events, and obviously this has a strong motorsport and performance flavour to it, but just the congregation of metal that we have here is unlike anything I've ever seen. I snuck my way up to BDRC hospitality with permission, I might add, earlier on. First time I've ever had that vantage point. And just sitting there and seeing Zach Brown in his 962 being followed by Stuart Hall in a Ferrari 550 Maranello. From my perspective, as a bit of a racing person, that's sensational. But then earlier on, when we seemed to have about half of the country's Ferrari F40 populace running around the circuit at the same time as well, there's nothing quite like Secret Meet, is there? It's quite something.
You're absolutely right. There is nothing quite like this in the way of events. And I've been out and about in between the commentary sessions talking to some of the special guests that we have here and throwing that sort of question at them. You know, what is it that makes this such a special event? And it's been such an amazing array of answers from different people. Everyone, of course, getting excited about the cars that are here, but also the people that are here. I had a great chat with Zach Brown, who just loves this event. He absolutely loves that this happens. And it is such a unique event. It's an opportunity for him to get out in a car, do a bit of driving, which he was doing. And, yeah, as you say, where else in the world could you see this collection of road cars, the same collection of racing cars, and, of course, the kind of people that we've got wandering around in the pits and paddock?
And Zach Brown is kind of almost one of the prototypical examples of the kind of supercar owner that Supercar Driver is for. Yes, again, his garage at United Autosports up north is very racing-centric, but he uses his cars. He buys cars with legitimate provenance that have won the most significant events in motorsport, and he goes, well, they're not just going to sit here, I'm going to race them. And that's, of course, the entire ethos of Supercar Driver. They create events like this and dozens more across the calendar year to encourage the owners out there, to give them a place to celebrate their cars together as a community, and it's incredible.
It is incredible. And Zach, in fact, he made a bit of a joke about the fact that he was allowing himself to get excited about other car brands. Read into that how you will. So it's a great opportunity for people who are perhaps known for their affiliation with a particular brand or mark, and they get to indulge in something a bit more exotic and something a bit further afield, which is lovely.
And of course, he was at Le Mans on Saturday before jetting off to Canada for the Grand Prix, and they revealed that McLaren, along with United Autosports, will be entering the Hypercar category, the top class of Le Mans, for 2027. So I suppose he'd bet lap in the time to drive his Porsche 962 before he's competing against Porsche in the 963 in the Hypercar category. Can't be seen to be wearing the other team's kit, no. As Stephen Gerrard once found out when an Everton photo surfaced of him. But to your points, though, about people getting to celebrate other cars, other types of car, other manufacturers, that is something you see quite a lot, isn't it? It's almost a bit of a melting pot for everybody, having a little peek on what's going on the inside of each community. You know, the McLaren owners will go around and circle around the Ferrari boys and pick the brain of the 296 and where that might excel versus the 765 LT and things like that. It's almost like the ultimate game of top trumps. The difference is it's not printed on a piece of card. They've actually got the car and they're all comparing stats and facts, and possibly not MPG, but maybe some of them are that conscious.
I dread to think what the average MPG rating has been at the event today, or what the fuel bill might be racking up to in the petrol station. There have been, yes, in the way of exotic cars filling up with petrol, it's been pretty special here today.
And it's amazing quite how many of these cars you can pick out by ear as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
The Zonda R was a prime example, and we just saw that running in this parade, which will hopefully get back underway shortly. But it's not only that. The one that's really surprised me, actually, from an auditory perspective, is that TWR Thundercat.
Oh, yes.
I shouldn't be surprised, because it looks every bit like a Group 4, Group 5, Group 44 produced Jaguar XJS that used to race in Trans Am in the 70s. What I wasn't expecting is it was for it to wail like a Formula One Banshee from the 1990s. It's a superb piece of kit, and that's almost the new breed of hypercar or supercar coming in, isn't it? It's turning something not unremarkable. An XJS is a nice car, but turning it into something hugely more prestigious and rare and exciting. And we're seeing a lot of that.
We absolutely are. And of course, speaking of customizing cars and Hell Slow Exige, owned by GF Williams, photographer. You would have noticed there on the underside of the wing there, "Get Lost" in big letters for anyone hoping to chase down George, who does like to send that car sideways. We have got quite the collection of private plates here today, haven't we? Really have. GT3 RS wearing FedEx as a number plate. I wonder if that's in any way linked to the company we've all used at least once.
I mean, if he's doing small parcel drop-offs, it's a hell of a way to do it, isn't it? I was thinking about this. I don't know if you've been to any of the other Supercar Driver events, because obviously I think it's worth painting that picture of what else we get up to. We've seen some clips during the intermissions, of course, of some of the trips to Europe and things like that. I've had the pleasure of reading a few Supercar Driver magazines in my time, and the airfield runs, all this incredible stuff. Talk us through the average calendar of events or some of the stuff that we get to do here at Supercar Driver.
Absolutely, yeah. The community behind this club is so unique. It really is. Absolutely unique events. And yes, I've been lucky to join the team on a number of drives, which has been absolutely fantastic. Some further afield, some closer to home. You know, weekends in Northern Wales or up to the Highlands of Scotland. For a lot of these people that own these fantastic cars, they are often limited on time, so a quick road trip around Wales is all it needs to be every so often. But then, of course, there are the social events. There are events like Grantley Hall. There's the season openers that tend to happen each year. It's a great opportunity for everyone to get together, with or without the cars, and just have a good old catch-up. It's a really, really strong community of people. And I'm delighted to say, as you can see on our screens now, the stranded car has been recovered, and we are back out and up to speed with a collection of fantastic cars.
And that RML P39, which may or may not be based on a Stuttgart space manufacturer's vehicle, that is a very special piece of kit. Kind of looks to me like a descendant of a 2000s Nürburgring 24-hour special when everyone was building 900 horsepower bi-turbo 996s or even a Pikes Peak car. It's got such an aggressive look to it. It's retro, it's modern, it's flashy in a way in that it's very extreme, but it's very purposeful. Here it comes through shot now, the third car in that queue, the black muscular Porsche, and it is, isn't it? It is flashy, it will turn your head, but every design element there, with something like Ray Mallet Limited behind the design of the car, it's all purpose. Everything is built to go fast on that car.
Absolutely right, and it does. It looks utterly spectacular. When you're looking at the GT3 ahead of it, it's only when they're side by side you notice there's quite a lot going on there.
It is. It's subtle in a way, and then you see it next to one of its descendants and go, oh, it's been going to the gym. Yeah, very special piece of kit. And of course, we saw the Tut Hill GT1, as we've seen several times this weekend as well. Of course, Porsche resto modding is nothing new. I'm liking this new genre, though, of kind of Porsche Plus. I suppose it's not new, because Ruf have been doing it for 4 decades, Gembala have been doing it for a long time, but it feels like there's a resurgence of interest at the moment of taking a Porsche and pushing it to its outer limits, if you will.
Absolutely. And you're right, in terms of the classics as well, we mentioned the TWR Supercat. We've seen so many other cars of a similar ilk, icons from yesteryear, 1980s and 1990s, now making their way back as brand new cars, being heavily modified, given spicy engines, extra downforce, and it's the way to kind of set yourself apart, isn't it, from the rest of the group now?
I'm not talking over that. The Zonda R, what a piece of kit that is. It's an incredible car, and what I'm about to say in no way diminishes what it is and the potential that it has. But one thing I do want to point out, the Nürburgring lap time for that car back in 2009, a 6-minute 47. Think about all of the cars now that you can buy for the pocket change of only a couple £100,000, GT3 RSs, cars like that, that can very nearly nudge that lap time. It's incredible just how far supercar performance has gone. This is more theatrical and more crazy than anything you can buy that does sub 7 minutes on road tyres now at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But the theatricality of the Zonda is what puts it a nudge ahead.
Absolutely right. Let's enjoy some of these sounds of this fantastic car. Now, I know I said I'd leave you in silence, but we cannot give up reference to a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase tanking around the circuit here at Silverstone, and if I'm not mistaken, overtaking a Lamborghini Huracan, which makes me incredibly happy.
This car has been hustled all day long, I must say. 250 GT short wheelbase. I can't remember exactly where they are these days, but it is in the many millions. I think it is even in the 8 figures as opposed to the 7. And our driver here at the wheel is clearly relatively attuned to its limits and has the sheer audacity to push them and maybe showing up some people in metal some 50 years younger on the way.
It is a truly wonderful thing to see. The one thing I'm not entirely sure on is if it is the original real deal, or as it may well be, seeing as it's being driven so well, it could be a GTO engineering car, which of course is the company famous for recreating these iconic cars and building them from scratch, nut and bolt. Nothing pulled off of a parts shelf, nothing pulled together and thrown together with hopes and dreams. This is a car that is engineered in every single aspect, including engine components, all from scratch.
And if that is indeed the case, you get the two kind of styles of recreation there. The Tuthill GT1, which improves upon the legendary near 30-year-old silhouette of the 911 GT1 car, and the 250 GT short wheelbase that we're not even sure if it's the GTO engineering or an original chassis number, but that's just almost an encapsulation of the diverging paths, isn't it, for some of these recreations. Some choose the traditional path, and others decide to maybe offend a couple of purists along the way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a car, the GTO engineering cars, they do divide opinion. I'm a big fan. I've been lucky enough to have a drive of one of their 250 short wheelbases, and it is just an incredible experience. There is nothing about it that feels any less special than what would have rolled out of Maranello back in the 1960s. We have got another red flag, which has meant that the cars on this session are just making their way back into the pit lane, but that hopefully won't be for long whilst we recover what needs to be recovered. The heat today is taking its toll on some of the cars out here, so some have had some mechanical issues and just need a bit of help getting back to the pit lane, but once we've got that sorted, we will get the session back underway. There it is, glorious looking Ferrari 250, absolutely stunning. Wonderful thing to see here at Silverstone.
And those front-engine 12-cylinder GT cars, that's really the heartbeat of 20th century Riviera motoring, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If you want to go out there and pretend you're in 1972 with Ringo Starr after a night out in Monaco, that's the kind of car you need to be owning.
That's it.
You can see I like that as well, that drivers adjusting their own tyre pressures and stuff there. Of course it's going to be the 911 GT3 owners that are that nth degree precise and making sure they've got the optimal performance. And, you know, I think one thing I figured out today walking around the paddock and taking in my first secret meet, and indeed I actually got to attend a Supercar Driver event at Cafe de Machine a few months ago as well, the Hampshire location, my local, is that even though, yes, it is for the higher end cars, Supercar Driver, there's no snobbery in terms of it has to be a certain, you know, caliber of sports or supercar. There's stuff that comes out on the road trips that's 7 figures. There's stuff that comes out on the road trips that you can get for under £50,000, which, you know, in supercar money is not much. It is quite a broad house, even though it is, you know, it gives all the feel, and of course it is an exclusive club. But the bar to entry might not be as high as you think.
No, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. In fact, I've enjoyed a couple of the drives in things like the Toyota Yaris, the GR Yaris, which they opened especially for applicable membership once the GR Yaris was launched. And yeah, a very, very fun day out with around 15 to 20, I think we had, driving around in Wales. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing to see. So yeah, it's not all about the supercars. It's not all about the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis and the Porsche GT3 cars. It can be about getting out in the hot hatches as well.
And in the background there, you see an Aston Martin DBX, and I suspect that's going to be more and more of a thing, isn't it? Obviously, the ground was broken long ago with the Porsche Cayenne, but I think we saw a Purosangue out earlier on as well today, the Ferrari FUV, as they instruct that you call it. That end of the prestige car market, I think, is going to become more and more of an important part of clubs like Supercar Driver as time goes on, because everyone's looking that way. They do sell, and they're increasingly impressive as well.
That's right. Yeah. Love them or loathe them. The fast performance SUVs are very much here to stay. But of course, today we are celebrating these glorious saloon cars, GT cars, hypercars, supercars. It's a very busy looking pit lane there, isn't it? My goodness.
So we've got a big array of cars down there. You can see the Dallara Stradale, which favours lightness over power. We've got stuff like the Zonda, which accomplishes both, and then we've got some of the more heavy set and straight line driven cars out there. For you, John, what's the ideal power to handling ratio? Where do you like your ideal power in a supercar?
That is a really good question, and it's one, I'm a lucky man. I'm a motoring journalist by trade. I get to test a lot of very exciting cars and some very ordinary cars day to day. But for me, the sweet spot when it comes to performance in supercars is that kind of 4 to 550 brake horsepower. That seems to be, for me, that's the sweet spot. It's usable power. It's power you can go out on an event like this at Silverstone. You can have a bit of a drive. It doesn't feel like the car's trying to kill you at that sort of pace.
Yeah.
I've driven here in a car today with over 1,000 horsepower on the road, which is just silly, really. It's not a necessary amount of power to have. Of course, there'll be people in the comments shouting at me in disagreement because, of course, why wouldn't you want it? I'm glad that this sort of stuff exists. But for me, my opportunity to drive around on track, that 450 to 500 brake horsepower, that seems to be the sweet spot for me. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think mostly maybe because I was born in 1997, and so all of the cars that I loved when I was 10 adhered to that 400, 550 horsepower output that you outlined. I think, though, there is, definitely a place for the kind of power levels we're getting to now. Of course there is. Again, they sell very well, and we've got a lot of them here. But I think the appeal of those cars, and especially for the people who actually want to drive rather than look or be looked at, the importance of an event like Secret Meet is absolutely huge, because like those watches that say you can take them up Everest or to the moon or below the sea, whatever claims you get when you shop for a Tag Heuer, I've never done it. You never get to prove that. You're not going to be 35,000 feet below the surface of the sea. However, you can come here to something like Secret Meet and completely safely and within great parameters at the UK's safest circuit, Silverstone, prove what 750 horsepower or even more can do on a track. You get to prove the numbers. It's not just, it can do this, I've done this.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And it's a common talking topic when it comes to why do these cars need so much power? The answer, of course, from most people is, well, maybe they don't, but it's nice to know they can. A bit like, having the Rolex Deep Sea Dweller. No, I'm not going to go down and try and explore the bottom of the ocean, but it's nice to know that if one day I decided to, I can, and I can keep my watch on.
There is the RML that we were discussing earlier on, the P39. I arrived here bright and early this morning, officially before I was supposed to. I think the gates properly opened at 7, but woe betide I spend a day here and not get a bit of an up-close look at everything. And this was one of the first cars that really kind of made me stop and plant my feet and go, what's this thing? And then it kind of, the wheels started turning in my head when I saw that it was at the RML stand. It is a really incredible machine, and I know the price tag is sizable as something as bespoke as this, but the future owners, I think, will be most satisfied with the end result, because I mean that name alone, RML, the legacy that carries, the performance that will entail is really quite special. And I suspect, this prototype vehicle, maybe they want to watch out for it. But I dare suggest that in a year or two from now, we're going to have some of the early owners of the production run maybe out and about at Secret Meet, and we're going to get to see what it's really capable of.
Absolutely.
It's not competitive, but that's the fun bit.
Now, one of the things I wanted to discuss, actually, we were looking at the rear end there with the exposed carbon. I think we might have a bit of carbon there on the bonnet of the GT3 RS. Now, carbon fibre, we have heard mutterings from various European councils saying that maybe in the not too distant future it might be a material that is banned, which is slightly terrifying to think of, because of course it all comes down to, like many other things, the way that or the difficulty in getting rid of things, disposing of things and certain materials, and carbon fibre is now being identified as something that is proving to be a little bit difficult to get rid of, but it's of course such a crucial part of so many of our cars. But it might be, just might be, something in the not too distant future that we start seeing the end of rather than the continuation of. But yeah, whilst we still can put carbon on our cars, let's keep doing it, because it does look super special. Look at those happy faces. Oh, and a flip down visor. Very good.
That's awesome.
The sunshine not bothering that gentleman. Very, very good.
I remember when I was a wee child watching some VHSs, because I grew up with my grandparents and they hadn't got to DVDs yet. I think it was a Jeremy Clarkson video where they went behind the scenes of McLaren F1's production, which was my introduction to carbon fibre, how it's produced and how it works. And I think I watched that about 15 times, just trying to get my head around the fact that this soft material that they're cutting into the shape somehow becomes this rock solid, ultra stiff building material for a high performance road car like the McLaren F1. It was witchcraft to 4-year-old me, and it's not quite that now, but as you say, deep into my 20s, yeah, no, still very cool.
It is very cool. We're enjoying the rear end of Ferrari's new baby, the 296 GTB, a stunning, stunning car. I will confess I spend many of my weekends driving around in the Challenge version of said car, which is extremely good fun in the UK Ferrari Challenge Series, but it is based very much on that, the road car that we're looking at. So it's got a mighty big wing and some extra downforce parts, but the skeleton of it is very much the car we're looking at there, which is very exciting.
And is that the Challenge UK series, or is that Club Challenge?
That is Challenge UK, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'll commentate on you in a couple of months.
Oh, fantastic. I'll see you there.
See you at July until Donington. Sorry.
Donington, oh, fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that's, I mean, you say the new baby, but of course they announced the Speciale, didn't they?
They did,
indeed. A couple of months ago, and that threw me for a loop a little bit, seeing they're already doing the track special.
That's right, yes, we've got the Speciale version. We've also now got the, as launched at Le Mans, there's a new livery specifically for Ferrari Challenge and Ferrari competitive drivers. So a special edition with a special edition livery, which is lovely if you like the livery. If not, then it can be a bit tricky. But look at this, good news. We are back out on track. The cars have resumed. The stranded car has been recovered. And we can once again enjoy what is going to be the last session of the day. A lot of these drivers who would have been itching to get back out for their last session, and we can enjoy watching this. It's fantastic to see everyone still having such a fantastic day.
Yes, I will vote to follow your lead as you have done and let the cars do the talking, but I will make one editorial point before we close vis-a-vis Ferrari Special Edition liveries. If they don't sell a Kubica edition car for Poland, if nowhere else, they're leaving millions on the table. You could be sure that man is currently Ronaldo come Senna for Brazil, but in Poland.
I agree.
We'll see how that plays out. Let's see if it happens.
Absolutely right. Well, let's leave you to enjoy the sights and sounds of this last session, and then we'll jump in and say our final farewells in the not too distant future. Oh dear, before we go, we have a Jaguar E-Type with an open door, which is less than ideal, but this sort of thing happens. Old cars flex around. We'll no doubt be seeing that make its way back into the pit lane to give that a good hard slam. So for now, we will let you enjoy the rest of these sounds, and we'll come back to you in just a little bit. Well, here's a happy little bonus for you, and the little bonus is a surprise session at the end of the day. We have had a couple of stoppages, so Silverstone has very kindly allowed us to carry on with a bit of driving. So here we are with one last session of the day, the final SCD members parade. I say parade, it's not a parade, is it? It's a little gentle track day session.
Well, we'll see how gentle it gets, because there hasn't been any indication, seemingly, of what cars are allowed to come out and play in this session. So we'll see whether any of the racers are still knocking around and fancy a little bit of extra track time. You can hear, and I'm sure you'll soon see, the Zonda R, which is, I think, just coming through Club Corner at the moment. There it is in the back of shot, with some Porsche Cup cars just behind it. There you go, that's what GT racing should look like. Porsche 911s following a Pagani Zonda. Did you know that there is still a Pagani Zonda that races in modern motorsport?
I did not know.
There is a driver by the name of Rudolf Maszenek from the Czech Republic, who owns the publishing rights, I believe, to many different major magazine brands within the Czech Republic. And one of the fun things he decides to do with his money is race a Pagani Zonda R. He's continually, not a Zonda R, it's Pagani Zonda GT1 that was raced in 2003 at Le Mans and has been progressively improved, because it wasn't that quick at Le Mans. And it slowly turned into an absolute beast that doesn't look too dissimilar from the Zonda R. But there is indeed still a contemporary racing Pagani Zonda.
Love that. If I had a hat to take off to that man, I would.
Here, not all week, but at least for another 20 minutes. That's unfortunately one of my my proclivities is looking into low-level GT racing from across the world and seeing what oddities pop up. Of course, cars like the Lamborghini that we see there, the Porsches, the McLarens, they're racing contemporaries seen across the world. Of course, our colleague on the broadcast for this event, David Addison, will be there, not jealous, in the most incredible kind of arms race in GT racing, with over 70 cars on that first lap of the race, heading up Eau Rouge Radillon. You're getting into your racing in a big GT car. Can you imagine if it was 70 plus instead of 20? It must be quite exhilarating.
20 cars is plenty enough for me, thank you very much. Yes, I couldn't face the idea of doubling that number. Perhaps here at Silverstone, not so much of an issue. Lovely big wide circuit, but yeah, some of the more narrow technical circuits, it can get a little bit daunting, if I'm honest with you.
And so Silverstone GP is the finale again, isn't it, this year for you in Ferrari Challenge UK? So you're getting your eye in. This is all reconnaissance. That's what this is.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I started my year in the Challenge Series here at Silverstone with a test day, and that was invaluable. That was the first opportunity to drive the car at pace. And yeah, it's a fantastic circuit. Silverstone is a wonderful circuit for a fast downforce car, because it's so incredibly wide, and of course it often means that if you are in something a little bit slower, it can feel a little bit slow around here, being such a wide venue. But it also means, especially on a test day, the value is if things perhaps go a little bit wrong and you perhaps go into a corner a bit quickly, you've often got a lovely big runoff thanks to the safety confinements that are brought in by Formula One. So a lovely fast circuit. I had to pause there just to allow that.
All rise for the Pagani national anthem.
I love seeing the flames firing out the back.
And and here we get a bit of a look in the paddock, which is a delicacy, because there's so much going on beyond the circuit. We understand this is an ex-Clarkson car, Jeremy Clarkson's old Ferrari 355. I mentioned earlier on that I was raised on his VHSs in the 1990s. Pretty much all of them, the thesis was, I am going to evangelize the Ferrari 355, and there will be some other cars. But there's his one.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. A 355, for many of us, is one of the cars, if you're in the kind of late 20s to late 30s age bracket. It's probably one of the cars you would have spotted and seen on the television or had as perhaps a poster car on the wall. For many who were perhaps old enough to potentially drive one at the time that they knew, maybe couldn't afford one at the time, but are now indulging and treating themselves. And of course, the result of that is the values are skyrocketing, and rightly so. It is an exceptionally pretty car. It makes one hell of a beautiful noise, especially if you opt for the Tubey or Larini exhaust systems. And yes, I mean, just look at it there. What a fantastic looking little car.
I'm a little bit annoyed about your point there that values are skyrocketing, because I have been watching, and for a while there they felt like a quote-unquote obtainable dream car, but with every year that passes that I'm not making £200,000 a year, and they keep getting closer to £200,000 in value, it feels more and more distant.
It does, sadly. We've got to start making some big decisions. Do we need to buy houses? Do we need houses? No, we can just get Ferraris instead. That's a sensible bit of man maths, right?
You think I'm in a position to consider a mortgage? God bless you. Mercedes-AMG GT, kind of a look at the modern interpretation of that 250 that we saw pedaling around the circuit earlier on, the Ferrari 250, the big front-engine GT, albeit with a rather different flavour of power plant underneath it, the 4-litre V8, and those are quite poised machines for as tail-happy as an AMG can be. I feel like the kind of post-SLS AMGs, they've become more and more refined as a driving experience. They're maybe not quite just hammers anymore. There's a little bit of deft and poise to them.
You're absolutely right. Do you know, I'm really enjoying watching this AMG GT go around, because he's got the line absolutely spot on. I'm going to assume that whoever it is pedaling knows their way around this circuit and perhaps has done a fair few laps before, because this is a delight to watch. Really enjoying this.
Yeah, really good to see that, isn't it? And I think there is something to be said for me for more production-based cars on a racing circuit. Of course, your modern GT3 cars, even your GT4s now, are pretty far removed from their production vehicle. The GT4 less so, I grant you. They have these extra aerodynamic accoutrements. They're obviously on slicks. They have different differentials and many other things to keep them in line, more so than the road car might necessarily have. And I feel like there's just more fun to be had almost, trackside and certainly in the cockpit, watching the limits of grip and the slight lean of the road suspension that doesn't destroy your spine upon the sight of a bump. It's great to watch around a circuit. Roly-poly is good.
Absolutely. There we have the AMG heading down the Wellington Straight, and we're back to the paddock to indulge in some more beautiful cars. This looks like we might have a couple of singers.
Indeed. I almost started to sing there to play the joke, but I decided not to, for everyone's benefit. Yeah, Singer does it best, don't they? I mean, they've been in this resto mod game for a long time, and there's certainly a lot of, I won't say imitation, but a lot of inspiration that's been taken from the success of Singer to build this absolute slew of recreation Porsche 911s out there. But the current singers, the modern singers that are being developed along with Williams' advanced technology, the F1 team, with their performance car arm, they're serious bits of kit. It's amazing quite what they make the old Widowmaker do. They make it both more docile and more potent.
Absolutely, yeah. Now here's something extra special to behold. Something from Koenigsegg flying around and making one hell of a racket.
I like that you dropped a gear so that everyone on the pit wall could hear as much rev as possible there down the main straight. Congratulations to that driver, you know your audience. Sometimes the drivers are as much the showpiece as the car. You've got some drivers of supercars who are fairly understated and reserved gents, and then you've got some who are quite as loud and brash as their car, and sometimes they're the fun ones, certainly after the driving's done.
Absolutely right. Lovely to see. a car of such value being driven at pace, actually being used in its design purpose, which is not often the way.
And I feel like this certainly isn't the only Supercar Driver event that encourages that manner of use for these cars. The airfield runs that I've seen before, some of the metal in terms of both value and performance that gets the opportunity to maybe not quite explore red line or VMAX on cars that go quite this quickly in a straight line at peak, but to really, you know, stretch the legs and feel the limits of the straight line performance. They run like anything else. Those I think Bruntingthorpe is quite a common stomping ground, isn't it?
Wow.
I'll confess something.
Go.
This morning, when I was doing my lap, figuring out where everything was and taking it all in, this was parked behind a Koenigsegg Agera R, which I walked past to take a picture of the Milanese skyline because I grew up on Gran Turismo.
You and me both. You and me both. Yes, this is a car I've walked past 2 or 3 times today, and it has drawn in quite the crowd all day, and rightly so. It is an incredibly special car. And yes, as you say, many of us will have discovered this for the first time, perhaps sat on a bedroom floor with a controller in hand. Yeah, an iconic tuning house from Japan, producing, well, essentially taking an already very powerful car and making it even more powerful.
And that game is obviously played across the board. I think to the Koenig Ferraris and cars like that, but there's just something about this streak that was particularly prevalent late 20th century, early 21st century, of just taking a Japanese performance car and taking it into something that could take on, and indeed in many cases resoundingly defeat, the best of Europe's supercar offerings.
Absolutely.
You see there the 991.2 iteration of the Porsche 991 Cup, and behind it is a 991.1. Slightly different front fascias on those cars is the easiest way to differentiate those, but of course the beautiful singing flat 6 that makes such a rumble in your chest. And the current iteration, the 992 Cup car, they run different exhausts in different places depending on what the noise restriction situation is in the UK. Here in Carrera Cup Great Britain, they often have to run a bit of a muffler on it, keep it calm and keep the neighbours happy. Something I get asked quite a lot by photographers abroad is, do you know if any of the 992 Cup cars are going to have the Super Cup exhaust on it this weekend? Super Cup being the series that runs alongside Formula One Grand Prix events in Europe. And if you do ever get the opportunity to listen to a Porsche 992 Cup car at full chat, with all of the restrictors taken off, with all of the sound dampening taken off in Super Cup spec, as they call it, I heartily recommend it. You might feel it in your rib cage before it really hits your ears, though. You see there, that's is it the P33, isn't it? The kind of alpha homage that we were looking at earlier on. In the paddock, we've got one full build here, and then this rather wonderful, I think, in-progress car, which shows off the coach-built nature, the hand-beaten panels, just sheer craftsmanship.
It's such a lovely thing to see. In fact, we've got a couple of cars here at the event today which are kind of stripped back to show the craftsmanship, as you say. This is this is not something that's been put through a big press. It's a car that has to be shaped by hand and an old English wheel, and there we are. Now, I had a good chat with the driver of this Radical earlier, who confessed it was her first time at Silverstone. She'd never driven Silverstone before, and if that's her at the wheel of the Radical, then, well, you wouldn't guess it, would you? Look at her.
It's incredible if that's the case. Most times I've seen that car running, it's been running very quickly indeed, and we'll have to see if this leads maybe to some racing or some other competitive appearances soon. But yeah, that's really impressive. Of course, downforce cars like the Radical, there's no limp-wristed approach to a car like that. You have to commit to the corner, otherwise the corner is actually going to be more difficult and more likely to bite your head off.
Absolutely. As my driver coach would say, sat beside me, time to take a brave pill. Put your foot down and let the air do the work.
Who have you got? Who's your driver coach?
Miles Lacey.
Solid.
Lovely Miles, who of course races in the Praga Series. He has raced here in the UK in the Praga Series. He's also raced in the Prototype Series in Australia. And yes, he's kindly offering his expertise for me this time round. Do you think that arm out is to... is that in the hope of getting some noise or cooling themselves down?
No, that was a phone out.
Oh gosh,
there was a phone in the hand there. That was some on the fly documentation going on there. That's a filmographer in making.
It's the kind of footage you think this will look brilliant until you look back at it later and realise it's rubbish.
Very, very shaky and lots of wind noise, and then a half second of your chin as you stop the video from playing.
Now there's a car you don't often see on track. The iconic Bugatti Chiron, looking super sleek in a very fitting dark blue. We've had more than our fair share of Bugattis today at the Secret Meet.
I haven't spotted an EB110.
Nor me.
No, that's a shame.
I don't think we've been blessed, but I won't grumble at the 10 or so other Bugattis, including one stripped back to its bare shell on the Furlonger stand, which is a car that's currently in for a bit of an overhaul, and you might have seen it at other events around the country. The car itself drives as it is, but with all exterior panels removed, so it looks like a bizarre exoskeleton exposing this carbon fibre chassis underneath, which is an incredible thing to see. Very, very special.
And I'm compelled for the future of Bugatti and see what that looks like now that the ownership is with Rimac. I've noticed some interesting moves coming from the Bugatti camp. They recently signed Bruno Spengler as a dev driver and as a part of the Bugatti family, a DTM legend, a DTM champion no less, in Bruno Spengler. And that points me in some interesting directions and has me wondering what the next 10 or so years of Bugatti development might look like if they're employing hot shoes to maybe feed back.
Indeed. Now, here's a couple of cars side by side, well worth a mention. We've got two of the current lineup of modern Ferraris. This is the SF90XX, finished in a beautiful green, and look at the gold accents you'll see on the end of the wingtips, and then have a little look at the car parked beside it, the 12 cilindri, if we're going all Italian about it. This is the new 12-cylinder beside it, and you'll see the gold are identical to the gold on the 12-cylinder parked beside it, and that is because both cars are owned by the OG YouTube content creator himself, the car spotter Tim Burton, otherwise known, of course, as Shmee150. One of the hardest working people in the industry when it comes to bringing us all content of this variety. Absolutely superb choice in cars, especially brave when it comes to colours, and rightly so, because he's got a fantastically huge audience of people watching him from all over the world. It would be easy to go and get all the Ferraris in resale red, all of the Porsches in resale black, but no, Tim doesn't work that way. He wants his cars to be different, and look at that glorious gold finish. Look at that in the sunshine. What a stunning, stunning looking car. And a car that styling has divided some. I personally am a huge fan of the way that this thing looks, but some haven't been too sure on that front Daytona nose.
I've been audience to the arguments against the car. I haven't been won over. I think it's absolutely gorgeous, and I feel like a lot of the people who maybe deride that will also say, oh, the F80 is not going to be a V12. Well, which one is it? What do you want? That's an awesome looking front engine V12. That's as classic Ferrari as you can get. They're giving you that classic front engine GT in a distinctly modern, refined and high performance way. And then you've got the F80, which I'm sure is going to be an absolutely epic driving experience as far as I'm concerned. They're doing both. I'm happy with that.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So we're back to the track action for what is probably going to be the last 8 minutes or so. And the bold few that have stayed out, as you can see.
Remember I said that they were going to look after that development bit.
It is the super keen drivers that have decided to stay out, and of course we're now at the time of day where if they can be a little bit cheeky with track limits and driving styles, then we're probably likely to see it.
Very good to see, and again, this is the privilege, isn't it, of Secret Meet, and what sets it apart from some of the other kind of prestige car shows, car events out there. Not only, of course, the exclusivity that so many of us here today are owners, you know, of high-end cars, but also the fact that it's not a static event. It's not even something like the Goodwood Hill Climb where you can push, but you'll be there in literally a minute. You've got all day, you've got numerous sessions, you get to really stretch the legs, and for a prolonged time as well. People take passengers out. It's, I guess, maybe for some even an opportunity to justify the purchase. Their better half finally maybe gets to experience it at full chat and see, this is why I spent the money. It's incredible, right?
It is very true, very true. God, these Porsches they're going at some lick. Yeah. It's great to see. This is certainly the speediest session of the day. Right back to the pit garages and what looks like a meticulously built ProDrive Impreza. Look at that engine bay. That is ridiculous.
That's I can't remember the designation now. Is it the P25? I think it is the limited edition ProDrive fettled Impreza, and as you can see with the carbon there on the bonnet, it's anything but an ordinary Impreza. It's, I think, what the WRC car would have looked like had we never deviated from Group B. It's got double the power of your average Impreza. It's all carbon, it's lighter, it's refined, it's stripped out. And yes, I can only imagine what it's like to drive, and I'm very glad they have branded headrests that say P25, meaning that my memory was correct as to what they call it.
It's one of those, I've done it more than once today, I must confess, whilst doing some bits to camera out in the paddock and up and down the pit lane, and the words come out of your mouth because your brain goes into autopilot, and then you realise, hang on a minute, we have a global audience watching here. Have I got that right? And you see something in the corner of your eye and go, oh, thank God I have.
Or, oh drat, I have not. But no, that's again kind of a symptom of the spoil of riches here. There are so many new things out on the circuit. We had the UK public debut of the Aston Martin Valhalla earlier on, of course, in the Hypercar parade, and getting that opportunity to see, you know, new cars, the cars that are gracing the pages of your chosen magazines right now, and again, often see them at full chat, or at the very least get to, you know, almost poke and prod unreservedly and get the real feel for what these cars look like. That's a privilege that doesn't come in many other forums.
You're absolutely right. We are now looking at what is probably going to be the final lap for most here at the 2025 SCD Secret Meet. We had the Koenigsegg CCR there flying around. Very stunning, pair, look, of black GT3s heading their way over what looks like the new start-finish line. But what a fantastic day it has been. What an amazing collection of cars we've seen being driven fantastically out here on the circuit. The Hypercar Parade, of course, if you missed it, please do go back and have a watch. There is nothing else quite like it in terms of the variety of cars and value of cars all in one place.
It's been incredible to hop on here for a little bit with you, John. Mostly been tinkering behind the scenes on some content that I think will go out in the days following, celebrating the 2025 Secret Meet. But yeah, this has been quite the joy to come in and join you for these last couple of sessions and get a little flavour of it from another perspective of Secret Meet as we see the wonderful Koenigsegg CCX cross the line there to complete its final lap of the day.
There we are. Well, thank you. Thank you for keeping me company. That's been fantastic. We will leave it there for the commentary box. A huge thank you to everybody that has joined us for the day, whether you've been dipping in and out, whether you've been with us all day long. We've loved having you here with us. So huge thank you from myself, John Markar, from David Addison, who was here, and from Adam as well. Thank you so much.
Just occasionally, there are motor racing and motorsport days where you want to hide the checkered flag, and Secret Meet is most definitely one of them. Sadly, that is the end of this year's Secret Meet. It has been, as ever, a fantastic day, not just in terms of the weather, but also, of course, John, some amazing cars. Pick out a highlight or two.
Oh, gosh, you put me on the spot there, David. Amazing cars, amazing people, amazing weather. It really has been one to remember for sure. But yes, the array of cars that we've got here, I think we've totaled it up to somewhere close to £250 million worth of cars heading out onto the circuit today. Please, please don't ask me to pick a favourite car. I've been asking everybody all day to pick theirs, and it's very cruel, and I honestly couldn't answer it.
Maybe equally cruel is a favourite sound, because part of today isn't just about the car in terms of the shape, but it's about the noise they make. And in an increasingly quiet motoring environment, the good thing about whether you call them sports cars or GT cars or hypercars is that they all make a fabulous noise.
You're absolutely right. And for me, it's going to be a tough battle between that lovely, well, we've had a collection of them, Lexus LFAs, and of course the Valkyrie. The Aston Valkyrie makes a superb noise, and I've been absolutely in love with that all day. So, yeah, flip a coin, either of those for me. What about you?
It's a bit the same, really, because the motor racing side of this has pretty much the same effect. You know, there's part of it that gets really depressed, because I remember that when I was a boy, and I can remember commentating on that and talking to Sean Lynn about the GT movement now being, in quotes, historic race cars, thinking, well, I commentated on the first Blancpain Endurance Series race, so I must be ready for an old folks home now. It's just great to see some of the cars coming back out again. And every year at Secret Meet, you find an amazing, absolutely mind-blowing assortment of race cars, and it's never the same year on year. So if you put them all together after, 4 years of me being involved in this, it will be quite spectacular. But it has been, as ever, breathtaking in its own right. And so, hopefully, you'll join us next year, whether it's on the stream or whether it's trackside, because Secret Meet is always a highlight of not just Silverstone's calendar, but the calendar for anybody who has a passion for supercars. From John Markar and David Addison, thanks for your company. We hope to see you next year, but for today, it's goodbye from Silverstone and Secret Meet 25.